Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Hello. 9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. That him, he Anglican for he's very much left.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hello, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to have you all here this Friday afternoon. I did not know who was first in chat this afternoon, I was trying to catch up with a couple different courts and completely lost track of time. We know the jury's still out deliberating. We're also knowing they're probably eating lunch. So we'll see. There we go. Call the place to order here. I need to clean up my desk. My wife's been telling me that for some time. It was Greeners. Greeners, my friend. Congratulations. You've been outed. You've been your peers have brought it to my attention that you were first in chat. We're going to send it to you to internet ownership. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. I would not say your friends, because this punishment. Would a friend let another friend on the internet? Yes, your friends have outed you. Thank you very much, Greeners. He gets it all weekend long. Serves you right, Greeners. Serves you right. I think you're the perfect man for the job. All right. Let's see. Am I late or was I already late? It was me.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
I love that one. I think talk and say are the other two commands other than blind that have not been used a great deal. Here, let's put chat back on the screen so the Greeners can see who outed him. Let's see. Sloth Life. Thank you very much, Sloth Life, for outing Greeners. It's important. We know the facts. Oh, I talked over it.
It's not your turn to talk. I'll tell you when you can talk.
I like that one. I need to turn say a little bit louder.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Say doesn't work for another minute, I think. But in a minute, somebody do say again so we can listen. I'll try not to talk over it. All right. Welcome. Great to have you all here. We're super excited to be here with y'all. Do we know which month has the most birthdays? I imagine this is the response when you say too early. You're reading my lines again. I'm the one that gets to say that. I try to come up with creative responses when the same command is used too frequently. But use a sort column, right? A little spreadsheet action, and a simple count function should work.
Send someone with more experience.
The worst birthday month is this one. That's the case no matter what month it is.
I'm the one who gets to say that.
You're the one who gets to say that. All right. I do need to make that one a little bit louder. Hello. See, that's plenty loud. We can hear hello plain as day, but the say...
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me.
And that one.
It's bigger than all of us.
That one's also quite loud. Where's say?
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
There's say. Let's go to the edit on say. It's the
I don't
audio.
like podiums, Your Honor.
Oh, it's already turned up all the way.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
It's already turned all the way up.
Even a blind
which means I'll have to do some
squirrel
editing.
finds a nut every once in a while.
Yes, they do.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
All right. So now, is it Buchanan that said that? I'm the one that gets to say that? I forget what the
There's
voice
nothing
was.
in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. As we were waiting to go back to court, let me give you the update. We have nothing of substance left to do in the.
I'm the one who gets to say that.
In the Paul Canero trial. nothing else is really going to happen. They're just going to go over the evidence, make sure everything's numbered and exhibits versus evidence. And the jury's gone home. So semantics is Buchanan. Oh, that's hilarious. Fun fact, for whatever the reason, most teachers' kids will be born in May. Interesting.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
We are awaiting Judge Stephanie Boyd. We're hoping that her court comes back with a verdict or a decision, as the jury is out currently deliberating, but they're also sort of out at lunch. So let's see, Judge Boyd, nothing yet from Judge Boyd. Let's see, I think we have actually a couple other courts that are in action today. Not a big fan of jumping into Judge Cedric Simpson's today because he has landlord-tenant stuff. A lot of courts do landlord-tenants on Fridays. Let's see what we have here. I think Josh sent me something. I should probably look in mod chat. Short clip from Middleton. Judge Jeffrey Middleton, YouTube.
The guy. When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
All right. Check in mod chat. Hold, please. Scroll up a little. How long is this one? It is 1 hour and 30 minutes long. Let me find this one for you. Little something from Judge Middleton would be perfect today. 1:30. That was this one. And when do we start it? One hour, 12-minute mark. Must be good because the judge put it right at the end of his docket. All right.
All of those people, please go out in the hallway and have a seat on the bench. And this is Ms. Stoll from the prosecutor's office.
What was that? Who's getting kicked out?
4 of them are just, they now have insurance. One is insurance and plate, and he has insurance and plate. And Mr. Taylor's is a little more complicated. How we do on all the no insurances we had for pretrial?
They were all taken care of.
All right. Very good, thank you. I think there's 9 of them today. Will all of those people please go out in the hallway and have a seat on the bench? And this is Ms. Stoll from the prosecutor's office. She'll meet with you one by one and see if we can resolve those.
That's funny.
How are we doing, Mr. Gibson?
I think we're doing all right.
I think so too. Byron Rhodess?
That's me.
Why don't you come up to the podium?
Hello.
Good morning. What happened to your friends? You got tired of waiting for you and left?
No, actually, she had a call. I told her to step outside. How you been, Milton?
I've been all right.
Look like you lost some weight.
No. That's kind of you to say that, but the answer to that is no.
It's been a while since I've seen you.
All right.
That's funny. He's trying to butter up the judge.
Mr. Rhodes, you got charged with violation of a restricted license and a registration plate violation. Let's take a look, see what your restrictions are. This is also an ordinance case. I don't know why they set this on a Thursday. Wish they wouldn't. Oh, it's a Centerville case. Expired plate, no ops on person, had no temporary permit, no passenger with license. So what's the status of your license now?
I have to pay something. I don't know. I got to go pay something to get this restriction or whatever it is that's on it. I got to go pay that. The car that I was stopped in, not operating that car. That was somebody that I was with. She told me the car was legal. She let me use it, go to Walmart, and I got stopped, and they told me it wasn't. I don't know nothing about it. All I know is I don't even talk to her no more. I'm not even operating that vehicle.
It was not his car.
In front of the Walmart.
Whose car was it?
Anna Wired I'm pretty sure Wired.
All right, and you can working on clearing up your restriction.
Yeah, I gotta go somewhere and pay something.
Secretary of State.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Are you back in Three Rivers?
No, as of now, my new address is in Vandalia.
All right, we'll get that.
That's a short
And
relationship.
a valid ID. You had an instructional permit that expired February 26th. So you had a temporary permit. You just didn't have somebody in the car with you. You got an unpaid ticket here in Centerville.
I play this sound effect.
In front of the Walmart.
Wait, are you saying like a previous one or like?
That's what it shows here.
So when they stopped me, they gave me the ticket.
I don't know. Let me take a look.
You can also make that happen by typing !Walmart in chat, and it will trigger the sound effect.
In front of the Walmart.
Like that one. That was Red Pen that did that one. Right there. I can do it manually, and all these other commands work, as well as a few others.
I'm surprised they gave you a temporary permit if you had unpaid tickets, so that must be old.
To use a command, you have to type !and then that word.
I don't see any unpaid tickets on here.
I don't have any.
Some are sound effects, some trigger a text response like this one. She said mouse, Pamela.
You just use your words.
I like the words one. That's a good one.
Oh, it's the state, maybe the state board that stopped me when I was on my way from work on 131.
I don't know. Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's got to be it. That's the only thing.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Yeah, if you trigger command 2 times in a row, you get a cool message. And sometimes you get a this is a command message.
Speeding on 827. Yeah, that's it.
That's the one. That's what I got to pay to get the restriction off. That's what I have to pay. Yeah, other than that, you shouldn't see anything.
It didn't show up on my cheat sheet, but it does show that you have an unpaid
I was told
speeding
council
ticket.
wanted to see me in tied back.
That's the one.
Maybe I missed it. Let me look again. No, I didn't. We didn't catch it. I don't have time to look at each one of these myself, but I'm going to send you out to the counter. We'll get new address.
That was not on the docket yesterday. Looked like it was just scheduled yesterday.
All right, maybe
In
that's
our
why.
system, we probably got it beforehand.
Maybe that's why it didn't show up. 127.26.
Talking to cats.
They put it in there on January 27th, so I'm not sure. Got new.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Need to pay ticket.
Yes.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
Yeah, guys.
And clear the SOS.
Getting carried away.
All right, I'm going to set a pretrial for.
That was the one.
226
Hush. I'm trying to have court.
at 8:30. So I'm going to send you out to the counter. We'll get address, unpaid ticket. You can deal with that. We'll set this for a pretrial, and the prosecutor can see what you got accomplished between now and when I see you then. I won't give you a handwritten notice because you got to go to the clerk anyway, so they'll give you a formal notice. All right, Mr. Rhodes, I'll see you later in February.
Can I tell you one thing before I go?
Yes, sir.
I'd love to see all your success with the YouTube and everything, but can I tell you something?
Yes, sir.
You don't look at people in the eyes enough.
I don't?
You look at that computer.
Oh.
You don't look at us.
All right, well, that's good to know.
You're supposed to judge us. Look me in my eye.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at your picture of you. All right, thank you, Mr. Rhodes. I'll take that as constructive criticism. All right, Robert Gowen.
Can I insult you really quickly
Boy,
before
we
I
have
go?
a lot of no-shows.
I'm guilty of the same thing. That's why I laugh. I'm always watching chat.
Good morning.
Everyone's
So
like, pay
you,
attention
Robert Alicia
down here.
Gowen?
I'm in a text message.
And we've met, but I need to identify you for the record. Mr. Gowen, you got charged with larceny. It's kind of a strange one.
Larceny?
The file number is 251144SM. Did the officers give you an advice of rights sheet?
Yes.
Could I have that? Thank you. This is 251144SM. You got charged with stealing somebody's electricity. The complaint alleges that you stole electricity that belonged to your neighbor, Mark Cornish, last February and sometime after that.
Stole electricity?
That's a misdemeanor, punishable by
you ran an extension cord over the
93
fence?
days in jail and a fine of up to $200. So it's a strange kind of a charge that you like plugged your electricity. Somebody cut a hole in his barn, and that's the allegation. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
You want me to appoint a lawyer for you?
Yes.
Somebody cut a hole in his barn and stole electricity through it? Yes, it is a charge. If this guy came in, he's
Court and attorney set attorney pretrial for March 6th. We're going to be busy on that day also at 8:30. The affidavit's kind of confusing. This is on US 12 in Sturgis Township. He has a barn on it. They pay their bills ahead of time. He got a bill for $191.29. Some of this goes back to 2024. They found the extension cords and traced them over to your property. And so there's a lot going on here.
Were they buried?
Anyway, we'll get a lawyer to help you with it and set it for a pretrial. Are you still on Schimmel Road?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I'm interested to see where this goes, but for now, I'll show you pled not guilty. You've been patiently waiting for your turn. We'll get an attorney appointed. Same deal. They're going to appoint a lawyer. I want you to contact a lawyer, make an appointment to discuss this with it prior to that date of March 6th. All right, you're good to go, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we got Kyle Wellington.
I wonder if he was running like a Bitcoin mining operation or something. And how much electricity can one steal?
Good morning, sir.
Extension cord.
You're not really last. Everybody else is going to be coming back in. Okay. But you were the last guy to get logged in, so you're the last name on my list.
I apologize. I was coming from Buchanan.
Well, you're here now.
Yes, sir.
You're here on a charge of domestic violence, second offense, which is a serious charge. It's punishable by up to a year in jail and a fine of up to $1,000. They charge you with 2 counts of it. So let's take a look. Oh, they charge this as a felony, aggravated domestic violence, second offense. Which makes it a felony punishable by up to 5 years imprisonment. It's alleged that you had a previous domestic assault, but you did an aggravated domestic assault on Amanda Leigh Maston. And an aggravated domestic assault is punishable by up to a year in jail. But if you have a previous domestic assault, it makes it a 5-year felony. You're also charged as a habitual offender, which would make the maximum here up to 7.5 years.
That escalates.
So I don't have jurisdiction to take your plea to show that you were live for arraignment and show a plea of not guilty. Appoint an attorney. Set pre-exam. They didn't catch that this was a felony. Pre-exam will be February 17th at 8:30. And if we need a prelim, it will be February 24th, 26 at 1 o'clock. Now, you also got charged with no insurance. And apparently you didn't deal with that. Let's take a look.
I'm pretty sure there was insurance. If not, there is insurance on the vehicle now. I called the number and
you were set for January 22nd. They gave you a new notice for this morning. So you have insurance now?
Yes, sir.
$252,482. I'm going to set that for pretrial with a felony for 2/17/26 at 8:30. So the no insurance and the domestic violence felony case are all set for the same date, which will be February 17th at 8:30. So I'm going to send you with a court officer. They'll give you notice. All right, here's your instruction. I want you to call your lawyer, make an appointment to discuss this with him prior to your pre-exam date on February 17th.
Yes, sir.
Hold on to that proof of insurance and share that with your attorney. All right, I'll
say something, sir.
What's that?
I mean, for the record, when it comes to the DV, it was always just like, so the first.
All right, well, I don't want you to say any more about it at this hearing. I'd be interested to hear what you have to say, but I don't want you to say anything about it till you get a chance. You don't need to apologize. I appreciate your willingness to talk to me, but for your own right, I want to make sure you get a chance to talk to your lawyer first.
Okay.
All right. You're good to go. All right, Paul, we got lots of no-shows.
Okay. We're going to cut away from this judge for just a minute and jump to another where this is also courtesy from Josh from just the other day. Let's see. I think I got the right one, Josh.
Sorry. Where's the smoke ones? All right. Come on up here, everybody.
Got a big party. Party in the courtroom.
All right. This is Basil Sini versus the Witt Building and Construction. 2504454.
I'm going to have to move somewhere else.
All right. Everybody's name. Your name. Sir, your name. Your name.
Basil Sini.
And who is this young lady next to you?
That's my daughter.
What is your name? Suzanne?
Susanna Sini.
Excuse me.
Bless you, Judge.
And your name, sir?
Fernando Cardona.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Fernando Cardona.
Fernando Cardona, Cardona.
You got it.
Almost
and
there
how do you fit in here?
He doesn't.
I did inspection.
For who?
For Rennie. I did inspection for Benny.
Okay. Your name?
Kurt Lorvo.
You're the guy I asked to come here.
Yeah.
And what's your name?
Mark Warman.
Spell your last name.
Wermuta.
All right. Now, I covered this with you before, but I'm going to cover it again. I just want to make sure. I think I covered it. If you proceed in the small claims division, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up the right to appeal my decision, to hire a lawyer, to demand a trial by jury, and to the extent plaintiff might be entitled to it, you're giving up the right to seek in excess of $7,000. Do you wish to give up those rights and proceed here on behalf of yourself, Mr. Sendini?
Yes.
Do you, Mr. Wormett? And you're the principal of the WIT building?
One of them.
Okay. But you're here representing them today?
Right, in the ballots.
Fair enough. You waive your rights?
Yeah. But Alex might be coming up here too if he gets here in a few minutes.
Raise your right hands, everybody. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony given in these proceedings will be the whole truth, so help you God. Mr. Cardona.
I do.
Ms. Sijdini. Mr. Sijdini. Mr. Wormett.
Yeah.
And Mr. Wargo.
Yes.
All right. All right, let's start over. Don't give me so much credit to think that I'm going to remember from December the 15th. So let's start over. Tell me what happened. You contracted with these gentlemen to put in skylights, right?
I hired the company to do my roof.
Your roof. Okay, I'm sorry.
And
How much did you pay them to do your roof?
the roof was priced $41,500.
Boy, roofs are getting expensive, aren't they? How big is the house?
It's 3,600 square feet.
And it was 41,500? Were they gold-plated shingles?
That's with the charge.
41,500.
Yes.
That would be a nice
Is that
metal
true
roof.
so far, Mr. Wormett?
Yep.
Okay. Wow. They really have gone. I hope I don't need a new roof. I'll put a T up.
I need a new
It's
roof.
close to 60 square roof. He says 36.
I'm just, I'm just shocked by the price of everything anymore. I don't know what.
A square is 100 square feet, so
I
it
worked
says
for
60
$2
squares.
and $0.30 in minimum wage at one point, I think. Listen, Mr. Wargo, you went out.
Yeah.
You were doing the roof, right?
No, I didn't do the roof. I was going there to do the repairs.
What kind of repairs? That was when he requested.
He had some blown off cap and some rib. That's the first time I went down there. Now, the second time I was supposed to go down there and get scratched out of scallop.
And that's what the subject of this is, right?
Yes.
Scallop.
And did you get the scratches out?
Little lemon. I just went up there took the pictures of it and stuff. They said you won't get scratches out of scallop, but you can get scratches out of it.
Who said that? You didn't let him try?
He been there in the pictures outside his side. And
Wait a minute, slow down. Listen to me. We got a little bit of a language barrier here, so I want you to keep your voice up and slow down. Did he come out and tell you he wanted to take pictures of and repair the scratches?
He take the pictures.
Did he? Hang on. Did he tell you that he wanted to repair the scratches?
No. You say you gotta give the pictures the owner and you gotta contact me. And that never happened.
Is that true?
No, I went there to get scratches out.
What day did you go there?
I don't remember what day.
Well, no, come on. Wait, slow down. What day do you think he came there, Mr. Sijdini?
I'm not exactly the.
I know, you guys gotta.
Sometime in July.
July of 26 or 25, right?
25.
Hang on. Is that right, Mr. Wargo? Is that about
somewhere around that time? I don't know if that was the first time I went there or the second time.
It was around.
No. You can't talk to him about his. Hang on. Can't talk to him about his testimony. You think that was the second time, right?
Second time I was there just to do scallop.
Just to look at the scratches.
Yes.
The first time you were there, you went there for?
To fix the cap that was blowing off and stuff like that.
Is that true?
First time he come because the wind blew my garage roofing out and still not repaired.
Okay.
They come, they put some nail, they not having the pieces, they finish.
Slow down.
They not having the
Did you go out there and fix anything?
Yeah.
He's saying you didn't fix it.
Oh, we fixed the cap and everything.
Do I have to come out there too?
Huh?
Do I have to come out here too and look at your property here?
Yeah, do that.
What kind of correspondence did you have with Mr. Sejdini, Mr. Worman, after July of 25 when Mr. Wargo went out there?
Well, he wouldn't let us do the job.
Hang on. Hang on. I'm asking you a question.
I've never talked.
Listen, don't start talking. I'm just asking you a question.
It's not your turn to talk.
Did you have any correspondence with Mr. Sejdini after Mr. Wargo went out there?
The office?
I'm asking, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
It's your turn to talk. I'll tell you when you.
Alex from the office.
Where's Alex?
He's on his way.
Why isn't he here?
It took me longer to get here than.
Where's he coming from?
Home. Well,
hang on.
50.
Were you there when Alex called him?
No.
Who told you that he called Mr. Sejdini?
Yeah.
When did Alex tell you this?
Well, I know that he called him because Alex.
No, you don't know if you weren't there.
Okay.
Do you? I mean, I don't. Am I right or wrong? You don't know if you weren't there that he called him, do you?
No.
Okay. Did Alex tell you he called Mr. Sejdini?
Yeah.
When did he tell you he called Mr. Sejdini?
After Kurt had told us that he wouldn't let him do what he came out there to do.
Hang on. Did you tell Mr. Sejdini, did you tell Mr. Wargo that you wouldn't let him repair
No,
the scratches?
no.
You're telling me that Mr. Wargo told you that somebody was going to come out and they were going to take a look at this again and repair the scratches? Did I understand you correctly? If I don't, tell me.
No. He just come take pictures and he say you gotta handle the Alex, the owner.
Did you hear from anybody? Did you hear from anybody else?
No.
And you guys know that the scratches happened from the roof workmanship. Is that true?
I wasn't there. I was just going there. Fix it.
Hang on. You're saying Alex called him for what? What did Alex call him for?
Mr. Sejdini, after 8 months, job was done in November of 24.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're in July of 25.
Mm-hmm.
When we originally came out there, before the job started, the job was sold in August of 24. He signed the contract, he canceled. He came back. We let him, it was over 3 days, which is a legal contract in Michigan. We let him out of the contract. Then he called the finance company, canceled the finance. But then he had to call back the finance company to reinstate his finance.
Okay.
So we did the job.
He ultimately agreed to hire you. So we don't need to hear about whether he canceled, didn't cancel, when he did.
We did the job. He signed off on everything and he was happy.
And that was in
November
of 24.
Now it's 8 months later.
And you suddenly heard from him.
Telling us there's something wrong.
Is that true?
Yes, Your Honor.
How long had the skylight been in there?
One time.
How long had the skylight been in the house?
Oh, since I built the house.
What year was that?
2000.
All right. How do you know it just didn't happen some other way other than these guys doing this?
Before I hired them, I called another 2-3 companies, and I called over. One of them was the guy that's here to give me a statement and to see my roof need to change or no.
You went out?
How you doing? I went up there for an inspection.
When is this?
So it was a week prior to that.
Okay.
So I just went up there to take a look. So I did an overall. I kind of had an idea where it was coming.
What company are you from?
So I own a Job One Handyman LLC.
Handyman LLC.
Job One Handyman LLC.
Job One Handyman LLC.
And I'm also working right now for GM contracting.
Good.
So
you're making money.
Yeah.
Good.
So I just went up there and did
inspection.
Yeah, inspection. One of the things was checking around the skylights, make sure that that wasn't one of the problems, where there'd be a future problem. Looking for the problem out and problem that could come later down the road. And the glass was fine.
Well, how do I know it didn't happen after you went and somehow after they did the work? Can you tell me?
Sure.
Yeah, you went out there and looked at this work, looked at this skylight a week before they got the estimate, before Sini got the estimate from these gentlemen, right? Yes?
Correct.
You didn't see any scratches.
Correct.
The work's done then, right? Right? You can't answer,
Yes.
All right. 8 months later, Sini calls these guys and says, hey, I got some scratches on the skylight. How do I know that it didn't happen some other way?
So I think the dates are wrong. It wasn't 8 months from the time that you saw the problem. No, from the time they were done to the time you saw the problem. That's what miscommunication was. How long apart was that?
It's only for a couple months.
How did you discover that the skylight was scratched?
I had family visitors from Texas. We sit in a family room. And normal, you look up and they say, hey, what happened with your skylights? And you can see the scratches coming from shingles. Only this kind of scratches, they can give you shingles, nothing else. We have pictures, evidence. And
so this is what month now? They came out and did it, and forgive me.
This is
you guys came out and did this in July or November, right? Yes? Yes? Yes?
Yeah.
And you a couple months later, so what are we talking about? Early January of 25? Hang on. You said a couple months later.
Yeah.
Tell me when these people from Texas were there and
Alex
you saw
is going to
the
show
water
up any
leak.
minute now.
No deep water, I'm sorry. Just you see scratches and
Okay, when was that?
There was right after January, February, March sometime.
All right, so it could have been 2 months, it could have been 4 months after they did the work,
That's
right?
when you can see the sun come. One time you cannot see with snow because they did not lay.
I just want to, I'm not arguing with you. I just want to make sure I understand. You're telling me that 2 to 4 months after the work was performed, you looked up one day when these people from Texas were there and you saw, oh my God, I got scratches, right?
Exactly.
When did you call them then?
I called him right away and I made, but they never respond.
Wait a minute, wait. Just answer my questions.
Sorry.
You see the scratches. You got the people from Texas here.
Yeah.
You're saying it's like somewhere between January and March, right? Of 25, right?
Yeah.
Now, after you saw the scratches, did you think, boy, DeWitt must have done this when they were putting the roof on? Did that dawn on you at the time?
No, Your Honor. I called him after.
Listen to my question. After you saw the scratches, did you draw the conclusion that must have happened when these guys were roofing?
Only way.
You can't answer for them.
Yes.
I'm asking you a question. You're under oath, and I want an honest answer. After you saw the scratches, what did you put it 2 and 2 together and say it must have been these guys from when they did the roof?
Only they can be because they don't cover the sky.
I didn't ask you any of that. I don't want to ask you if it's 7 degrees out right now or 11. I'm asking you a simple question. When you saw the scratches, did you say to yourself, the roofing guys must have caused that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, okay. Did you say that to yourself when you saw the scratches that same day when you were sitting there in that room with the Texas people? And then how long after that was it when you called them?
I called him right away after.
I didn't ask you. You mean right that night?
No. I called him after a few weeks.
So you waited a few weeks to call?
Yeah.
Why did you wait? No. I'm not asking you any of this. I want to know why you waited a few weeks to call.
Because I have a very good relationship with Alex, because he's not here today. And anytime me and him talk, he say any problem I take care, because he take care of some issues.
I know, but you spent hang on. Where's Alex? Get Alex here, will you?
Can I make a phone call?
Yeah, go out there and make a call. We're going to stop right now. You
Waiting
can't
for
answer
Alex.
anything. Go off the record, please.
Your Honor, you have to see the.
No, I can't see anything until this gentleman is done calling Alex. I want Alex here. We're off the record. You can either stand there until I tell you it's time to talk, or you can have a seat at that table or in the pews there if you want.
Can I get the spelling of your name? The spelling of your name, please?
Wargo.
First name?
Kurt, G-U-R-T.
And his last name?
Warmer?
Can you spell that for me?
I got it.
Okay.
It's, hang on. Wermut.
His first name's Mark, M-A-R-K?
Yes.
Mark, M-A-R-C.
Okay.
Oh, M-A-R-C. All right, go back on record. We're now going back on record. Everybody come on back up here. If anybody's more comfortable sitting down, I'll be glad to let you sit down.
Where's Alex?
You want to sit down?
No, but,
Where's Alex?
Alex is at exit 36.
Why is he at exit 36? He was supposed to be here.
So some backup or whatever, he'll be here in 8 minutes by the GPS.
All right. I'm just curious why you didn't call them right away. I mean, if I spent $41,000 on a roof and suddenly I look up and I see scratches on my skylight that I think was caused by the guys that charged me $41,000 some odd dollars for my roof, I'm going to be calling them the next day. I'm not waiting for several weeks. Why did you wait for several weeks to call them?
Because I don't make it big issue.
Well, you are now.
Staying behind his mistakes because he sent somebody to clean.
Have you already?
Yeah.
Hang on. Did you ever contract with DeWitt Construction on anything else other than this roof?
No.
So you're saying that you thought he was gonna make good on his mistakes
Yes.
because they sent somebody out to deal with the cap issue, right?
Yes.
All right, so when you called there a few weeks after you saw the scratches in the skylight, who did you talk to?
Only to Alex.
What did Alex tell you?
He one time hands me.
He what?
One time he hands the phone. I talked to him. He said, okay, I call you back. Second time I called him again. He said, I'm sorry. I'm with somebody else in the phone. He put me in a hole. I stayed in a hole for a long time. He never answered. Next day I called him back. Hey, Alex, you put me in a hole yesterday. Oh, I'm still in a hole.
Okay, hang on.
Phone.
Okay, I want to see it. I want you to hand it to my court officer right here. But what month was that when you had 3 rapid succession phone calls or attempted phone calls?
Probably correlates with the date that's there.
July 1.
Yeah.
Why, again, I want to understand. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You see this in January to March. Scratches. You said you wait a few weeks to call Alex.
Yeah.
You think you have confidence in Alex because he came out on your first call about the gap issue, right?
Yes.
And now here's the text from July 1st, right?
Yeah.
So all that time went by, either from January to July or March to July before you started calling, right?
Exactly.
Why?
Because he don't respond. No answer the phone. Leave the message. I have 1,000 messages.
How many?
I don't know. Every other day I
1,000.
call.
How many?
Leave message.
How many?
Maybe 20, 30. Never answer.
To keep your phone.
Never answer.
Hang on.
Yes, sir.
Let me talk and don't interrupt me. Is there a way you can retrieve your phone bills?
Your Honor, last time he asked me.
Did you hear what I said? Is there a way you can retrieve your phone bills? Back in the day, they used to send us big printout logs that told us every single person that we called or called us or texted or whatever else. Do you have a way to retrieve your phone bills?
Your Honor.
Did you ask? I'm asking you. I'm asking you a question. Do you have a way to retrieve your cell phone number?
I don't know. I'm not too good with the phones. or you can ask him when he come. Maybe he have record.
Who's your cell phone provider?
It's through T-Mobile.
T-Mobile.
It's under my account. I don't know if they would have an itemization.
They should.
They should. I can't say for certain whether they do or not. They don't.
All right, so then you claim finally when he sends this guy out, Mr. Wargo here,
Yeah,
that Mr. Wargo tells you, I'm taking pictures, we'll get back to you, right?
exactly.
And then Alex never called you?
Never.
How many calls did you have to make to Alex before he finally said, okay, we'll send somebody out to look at the scratch? Hang on, you're not letting me finish.
We need to where's
How many
Alex?
phone calls did you have to make to Alex before he said, hey, I'll send somebody out to look at the scratches? How many times?
I don't know exactly, for every week, couple times, maybe more.
So you think you called? I'm asking for your best guesstimate, but I don't want you to completely
I
guess.
told you, Honor, every week I was calling 2 times, maybe 3.
So
Every week,
you think you called 20 times?
for sure.
And he never called you back?
Never. Never called me 1 time.
Do you guys have any explanation as to how a skylight could suddenly get scratched other than roofing when it's been good, and when it's been fine for 25 years? And in fact, according to this gentleman in the orange hoodie here, it was fine and not scratched 1 week before you guys did the roofing.
I'm saying if it's usually scratched by a shingle, you will see a black line.
I didn't ask you that. Do you have any other reasonable explanation as to how a skylight could get scratched other than by somebody putting shingles on a roof? I mean, unless a tree falls on it, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any trees fall on it?
No.
Do you have any and listen, just answer my question. I know you want to talk. Did you have any damage to your roof after they came out, but before July of 25? You didn't have any tree fall on your house?
No.
What do you have to say?
Alex is going to show up in a minute.
I heard.
Did you go back and give the pictures to Alex and say, hey,
Yeah.
I said,
I'm the Alex, yeah.
and you said what to Alex?
They weren't thick scratches or nothing like that, no.
They weren't?
No, they weren't thick scratches.
Well, no, wait. You said they weren't scratches or nothing like that, and then you said they weren't thick scratches.
Yeah, they're scratches, but they weren't thick.
Then why'd you say there weren't scratches if there were scratches? I'm just asking you.
I don't understand it.
You said there weren't scratches. Then you said, well, they weren't thick scratches, which leads somebody with an IQ of 12 to say, then there were some kind of scratches. But you didn't tell me
I
that.
didn't say that wasn't scratches.
Or maybe I misunderstood. It's okay. And you're saying he told you, what did he tell you when you said, I see some scratches there? You're taking the pictures.
Yeah, I took the pictures.
What did Mr. Beshdini said?
I went down there, we're talking for like 10 minutes.
Okay.
You sent me picture of, you show me where it's got
Okay.
all that.
Okay.
stuff.
Then what happened?
And all that, and then I left.
Well, wait a minute.
No.
Did he tell you not to do anything on those?
Yes.
He told
I
you.
was gonna go up there, clean them up and all that good stuff.
Does that make any sense that somebody would call somebody out and have somebody tell them, I'm gonna clean out the scratches, only to have the guy say, I don't want you to clean out my scratches. I just want you to see them. I want to leave them on the skylight.
I don't know about that.
He told you.
He said no, that he didn't want scratches. See, I don't know why.
Let me see your scratches on your skylight. Am I going to be able to easily tell these are scratches?
I think you will, Judge.
I didn't know Russia, I saw him.
Sounds fishy, though. He's saying he calls 20 times, right? This is, you heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. He says he calls you 20 times, you come out. Why would he tell somebody, I'm just trying to figure this out in my brain. Why would he tell somebody I don't want you to fix them, even though I've called your boss 20 times and asked him to come out and fix these scratches? Can you still fix the scratches?
No. I didn't want me to clean them or not.
No. If it was 70 degrees tomorrow, can you go fix these scratches?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I can take scratches right now. Take probably about maybe 20 minutes.
20 minutes? You guys have been fighting about all this for 10 months?
This is the first time I heard about this since I left this.
Hang on.
So,
It would take you 20 minutes?
yeah,
And you could fix the scratches.
scratches out there.
Alex is going to walk in right at the end.
And you guys filed lawsuits. You filed a lawsuit. When he's telling you it only takes 20 minutes. Well, then why don't you let him do it for you? If he can remove the scratches, what's the problem with that?
Never offered them. He offered me, they're gonna give the picture to Alex, Alex gonna call, and they never happened.
I did send.
I can't wait for Alex to get here. I got questions for Alex.
Where's he at?
I have questions for Alex.
So I did send him pictures to Alex.
Where are you?
They're on our phone. So I feel what. That's why.
20 minutes it would take him to fix the scratches. Jeez.
Your Honor,
Hang on. That was 8 minutes ago about when you told me it was 8 minutes,
Can
right?
you call one more time?
Call from right there.
Hold the phone to
I'm
the
not letting
speaker,
you use a
please.
phone in here. I don't even use a phone in here. Nobody uses phones in here. We make them leave if they use phones in here, but we're not gonna make
You
you
want
leave.
him ready to go? Because he wants to see you.
Good.
He walked in, so I'm gonna sit here and let him take my spot.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful.
I can't believe this.
Make sure you put him under oath, Judge.
Hey, I want you to have a seat. You're not talking to him before he comes in. We got it?
He's sitting right here.
I know. Good. I just want to make sure everybody's honest. That's all.
Alex should have entrance music. What music should we use?
All right. So how long's Alex going to make me wait for him now?
But he's walking in.
You know, when I was I'm just telling you, like 40 years ago when I practiced law, I've been here 30.
I've got
this is
music
my
for
32nd.
Alex.
Judges never waited for lawyers. Judges never waited for people. Now, I'm waiting for everybody. It's ridiculous. Come on up here, Alex. How you doing?
Not bad, sir. You don't stay for the.
That's not. Well, you got to be here on time next time. I said
Come on down, Alex.
2 o'clock rather, and I was on the bench at 1:45 for something else. What's your name again? Alex, tell me your name.
My name is Alex Hassan.
Spell your last name.
Hassan.
First name is Alex.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Solemnly swear affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you give in these proceedings will be the whole true self you got.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't remember. Were you here the first time?
Yes, I was here the first time, the second time, and the third.
Okay.
This is the fourth time. This has been going
This
on
is
for
about
10
scratches
months.
to the sky, right?
10
Yes.
months.
Now, how many times do you figure, and don't lie to me, because I'm going to have people go get phone records if I need to. I'm a bit crazy. Hang on. I'm just telling you, if I don't get the answers where I think somebody's lying to me, and I'm pretty good at determining that, they're going to go get phone records. And you're going to go and get phone records. You had this issue with the cap originally, right? Remember the cap issue?
Yes.
You sent somebody out.
Right away, yes.
And then he tells me that sometime between January and March of 25, he's got some people from Texas. They're sitting in the room there and they look up and he sees all these scratches. That's what he told me. You don't have any reason to dispute that so far, do you?
This is our mod Josh that found this one.
Honestly, Your Honor, I don't remember when he called my office.
I'm just asking you. It's there's this dispute is over scratches in the skylight, right?
Yes.
How many phone calls did Mr. Sejdini make to you asking you to send somebody out and have the scratches removed? How many calls?
I've never seen the judge stand like this.
When he first called,
I didn't ask that. No, I love how people change my question. I didn't ask you that. I want to know how many times he called you and asked you about the scratches.
Initially, a couple of phone calls.
Not initially. I didn't say anything about initially. I did not say anything about initially. So let's take, hang on.
Okay.
How many times did he call before you sent Mr. Wargo out?
A couple of phone calls.
Just two?
Maybe, I don't even
maybe between me and my office, I'm not sure, but not that many people. Because normally when you get a
Slow down, slow down.
yeah,
Are you saying 2 calls?
maybe 2 or 3 calls, but.
You guys are way off.
Yeah.
You guys, just so you know, you guys are way off on how many phone calls.
Can I just finish?
Yeah.
Yeah. But then when I sent my service guy out, and he would not let my service guy go up, and he just kept on calling and calling and calling. I didn't ignore his calls. I'm not gonna lie to you, because after that I felt like I'm being scammed.
Wait a minute. You did ignore his calls, or you did?
Because I have a staff.
Wait, slow down.
Yes.
I want to go back to my original question.
Sure.
I'm not talking about what happened after Mr. Wargo went there. I'm talking about how many phone calls you think you received from him or texts. By the way, you got to come throw your gum in that garbage there. How many phone calls? Now, I want you to listen carefully to the question, and I don't want you to answer the question until I finish the question and you've had a chance to think about it. Is that fair?
Sure, it's fair.
He discovers the scratches.
Stop.
How many times do you think that Mr. Sejdini placed a phone call to you or a text to you before you sent Mr. Wargo out there?
I know it's a number. Like I said, a couple of things, probably 2 or 3 phone calls.
Just 2 or 3?
I'm not sure.
In all those months? In all those months, he only called you 2 or 3 times?
Before I sent him out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because normally when someone.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Now, when Mr. Wargo came back, what did Mr. Wargo tell you?
He said he refused to let him go up on the roof.
He just got done telling me, Mr. Wargo here, that he could repair these scratches in 20 minutes. Right?
Yeah.
You drove from where? Macomb?
Yes.
Macomb County?
Yes.
Probably in the weather out there, probably close to an hour, right?
Over an hour.
Let's call it an hour. You just drove 2 hours instead of having your employee go out and do a job that would take 20 minutes. Now, I don't know about you, but that doesn't seem like good business to me. Go
I
ahead.
did send him out. When he went out, he told me he had the scratches. He told him that he's gonna go over and get some supplies, come back and blah, the scratches. He would not let him come back to the room.
He has a different story. All right, so let's let bygones be bygones. Guys, this is silly. I mean, you're obviously, he's got a big enough house, he's getting paying $41,000 for a roof. You guys, and I'm sure you earned it, I know supplies and materials, and you got comp and insurance and all that fun stuff. You made a good living off of this house. I'm not saying you got it rich. I'm sure it was a fair price. But I got these guys in front of me. It's kind of amazing, all of whom probably have more money than I do, and they're fighting over 20 minutes worth of labor. So let's just do something fair here. Why don't I adjourn this out for 2 or 3 weeks? Why doesn't I don't know what the weather conditions. I'm not sending you up on a roof if it's 2 degrees and icy.
Yeah, on that roof, we're not gonna get on that till the snow's gone, because it's kind of steep, so. You have to have snow gone off the roof first.
Is the snow off the roof?
Your Honor, we don't know about the snow, whether it's on the roof or not. The skylights were already replaced. So they're not, we have new skylights up there.
How much did the skylights? I'm sorry.
Well, that's what we're here for. That's the price of the.
How much did the skylights cost? Why would you tell me that he didn't call you back? That you had to call him 20 times? I'm asking you a question. Yeah, I'm asking you a question. You said you called him 20 or 25 times before he came out. Are you still sticking with that?
I called him.
I'm asking you a question. Are you still sticking with your story that you called him 20 or 25 times? Alex, I'm talking about, before he got back to you and said he'd send out Mr. Wargo here.
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you still sticking with your story that Wargo said he was going to talk to Alex about what should be done?
Yes.
That Wargo didn't offer to go get some supplies and do the
No.
skylights that?
Witness for that. She was there.
I was there, Your Honor. I was inside the house.
What did he say?
He didn't even have a ladder to go up on the roof with. They had to use my dad's ladder to get up there.
Well, you could have used your dad's ladder probably to do the scratches. Right?
Yes, he went up there, he saw it, he took pictures from outside, and then he said he was gonna give it to Alex, and that was the end of that. He never came back, he never offered to fix it. So this is where the problem came in. So then he proceeded to make all these phone calls to Alex when Alex never got back to him. And that's why Alex ignored him multiple
All right,
times.
and you're sure?
Sir?
Hang on, I'm talking to this gentleman in the orange hoodie here.
Yes.
You're sure you went up 1 week before the roofing was done and there were no scratches?
Yeah, they're gouges is what they are now. They were gouges, they weren't scratches, they weren't gonna get buffed out.
What else do you guys have to say over here?
I just have a ladder in the truck, so I got a full of ladder, reaches 25 feet. He offered to use his ladder. It was right there.
Anything else?
I'm not gonna talk to him outside. We're standing outside for about 10 minutes talking.
But that just goes to show you that he said he wouldn't let him onto the roof. My dad offered him the ladder to actually go on the roof and take the pictures, so that's where the.
Why are three of you talking at the same time right now? You think I can interpret all that?
Oh my goodness.
This doesn't make sense. If he told him he wouldn't let the guy on the roof, hey Alex, one of your workers came out and looked at the roof. He told me that he would be informing you about the situation. I'd just like to know the current status and when it's going to be fixed. If he wouldn't let him on the roof, this guy's a conniving crook. If he's going to tell a guy, hey, I don't want you to do it, and now he sends a text saying, hey, the guy said you'd be out to take care of this. Why would he do that?
That's me.
I'm asking you.
I did.
Give me a
judgment.
judgment.
Called in for service, like the same one you called for the cab. I usually send my service guys out right away. I mean, that's why I got my service guys. They usually go out. Whenever there's a service call that comes in, I send them right away. I did talk to him because he asked me, you know, as soon as I sent Kurt out, I talked to him within a day or two after that. And I told him, you know, we were able to, he can let him go up there and clean the scratches.
I made my decision. If somebody has something else they want to state, feel free. I'll listen. I don't care if you each take an hour. Anything else?
No.
Anything else? Ma'am?
No.
Anything else? Anything else?
I mean,
no, I'm just asking. Is there anything else?
And like I said, since this whole job was, I mean, since from day one, I mean, we went out there, we sent the soldier up out. He called a few days later, canceled. We honored his cancellation. He called back a few days later. He said he's talking over with his kids. He decided to reinstate his contract. We're going to stay at a discounted price. I mean, we're just going back and forth since day one. I mean, honestly, all the red flags were there, but it is what it is. We're here now.
I get it. Anything else? You spent $5,800, $5,860 to have the glass removed and reinstalled, right?
Yes.
And you said that other skylight you had since 2020, right?
Yeah.
Let's say they scratched. In fact, I'm going to find that they did scratch it. I'm convinced by a preponderance this isn't beyond a reasonable doubt. The glass has been there for 25 years. If I buy a Cadillac 25 years ago and you rear end me and total my car, I don't have to go out. You don't have to go out and buy me a new Cadillac. You get that?
You wanna?
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want to say?
This was three piece baked glass to each other.
Is it?
Nobody can break.
I know.
And no one can scratch.
No, you're making their case because you probably got a skylight. Listen to me.
You got an upgrade.
You got a skylight that's better in quality than the one you paid for in 2000, which is now
Judge Boyd. I've got it.
It was 25 years old when this scratch occurred.
Yeah.
So I'm not giving you a brand new sky. I am, however, going to look at a depreciated value, and I am going to say to myself, what is fair here? And in my view, $900 is fair, plus $82 in filing fee. Your total's $982 unless you had a service fee. Did you have a service fee, sir? Did you have to pay a process server?
You have to pay him really.
I have to pay him to come in a court, put time on it.
When did you?
It's from his job, time to come here.
No. I
You mean
can't,
that?
hang on, I can't give you that. I can't give you that. I'm gonna hand you these back.
May I ask you something?
Not really, because listen, I'm done, folks. I made my decision. This was not the toughest decision. This goes back to Sedzdini. This goes back to Sedzdini. This goes back to Mr. Sedzdini. You don't get a brand new skylight. I'm sorry. That's not if I hired painters, we hired painters and they were dumb enough to not put down drop cloths and they ruined the carpeting. Let's say it was 25 years old. I don't get to go out and buy new carpeting and charge them the whole thing. That's my decision. I've made it. There's no sense arguing with, pay them now, will you please? It's 900 and what did I write out?
I spent almost 6,000.
Sir, did you hear what I said?
No, it's wrong.
Listen.
I don't have to replace those if they got scratch. That's wrong, you are. I never come here for $900.
Don't tell me. Come on back up here. Mr. Sedzdini, come on back up here.
No, Your Honor, it's wrong. I spent $5,000.
You spent $5,000 on a brand new skylight. The skylight you paid 25 years ago is not worth $5,860. There's not a judge worth his salt in the country or her salt that's going to say that you get full replacement. Period. You don't like it? Argue with the legislature. Get them to change the law. That's the law. I know it. I follow it. And that's the way it is. And I'm not going to hear any lip from you or anybody else walking out of here. Period. Good luck. Go down the hall and get a copy of the judgment form. He's writing you the check. There you go.
Yep.
Wow. Wow. Well, thank you, Josh, for that one. Appreciate it.
No, he said this is on record. She said she can't look. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you
Yeah.
asked me about it earlier.
You guys swear them out there. Yeah. We'll just make that check.
Do we have to pay it today, or could we just drop him off a check here?
He said today.
Pay him today.
Can we put on a credit card? He said check.
Do you take Bitcoin? Oh man, what a little hearing. What an amazing one. Yes, we have got news, by the way. Judge Boyd has gone live with her live stream. We're waiting for the feed to start, which is any second now.
All right, we're on the record in the state of Texas versus James Ross. It's the court's understanding that the jurors have reached a verdict. Mr. Ross, I want to let you know that I have no idea what the juror's verdict is. I will only know once it's presented to me for either side. And if there are witnesses here, there's not to be any outbursts in this courtroom, no matter what the verdict is. So for the record, who's present in the courtroom? All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Mr. Ross, Mr. James Ross is facing, as he says, the rest of his life in prison. He's charged with an aggravated robbery charge after working 2 days for a woman who needed her shop sort of packed up into a storage unit. She said she would pay him when the job was done. He worked with a couple other people for 2 days, then showed up early demanding payment. They say he showed up with the gun, assaulted someone else, threatened them, and then left. He says he was just asking for what he was owed. This case was unique because he was a pro se defendant with standby elbow counsel, count them two.
All right, everyone, please
who
be
he has fought
seated.
with verbally during the trial.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding that you've reached a verdict in this case. Is that correct? And is that verdict unanimous in each count? All right, if you'll hand the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please. Thank you.
The judge is going to review the verdict to make sure everything was signed appropriately and filled out correctly. And the defendant has taken his position, waiting to hear his fate. Only one lawyer present, the one he's most disappointed with, is not there. Everything looks to be in order.
All right. If the defendant will please rise. Count 1. It states, we, the jury, find the defendant James Ross not guilty of the offense of aggravated robbery as charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Boom.
Count 1. Lesser included offense of robbery. It states, we, the jury, find the defendant James Ross not guilty of the lesser included offense of robbery under count 1. Count 2, it states, we, the jury, find the defendant James Ross not guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count 2 of the indictment. Count 3 states, we, the jury, find the defendant James Ross not guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count 3 of the indictment. Count 4 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant James Ross not guilty of the offense of unlawful possession of a firearm as charged in count 4 of the indictment. Does anyone wish to have the jury polled? All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the deputy will take you back to the jury room and I'll come back and speak with you briefly. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
This is a rare occasion where a pro se defendant successfully navigates the court system and argues for his own cause and wins. The defendant putting up his hands, waving to the jury, saying thank you. Or maybe he's praying, saying thank you.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
40 years in prison if convicted.
All right. Mr. Ross, if you would like to have a conversation with your standby counsel will explain to you about expunctions. And you have 30 days to present that to the court. Is there anything else from either party before we close the record?
The state walked in here thinking this was a slam dunk.
All right. All right. Thank you.
And they're done. With that, the judge shuts off the feed. It's over, and he's a free man, and this arrest is going to get expunged off his record, it sounds like. Holy smokes. The jury bought the wallet. I like what Smoopy said right here. The jury bought the wallet. This was the presentation by the defendant, especially in closing. First of all, I'll say during court he did remarkably well because the elbow counsel he had, and by elbow counsel I'm talking about this guy who was right there next to him in this picture, just right above the words here. He was like on it and whispering in his ear. Almost so much that Mr. Ross was a puppet in the courtroom with objections and timely objections with a legal reason behind it. He did very well for a pro se defendant, and did okay. I would say probably he did poorly in questioning witnesses, but it's the closing that got me, where he did everything from mimicking Charlie Brown's teacher to spoiling an episode of Breaking Bad for the jury and reenacting the whole event with a Ridge wallet that convinced them that there was no gun. No gun, no crime. He was owed the money. And Bree has the emoji recap. Let's check and see where we are with the emoji recap. Did I miss it? Is it up higher? This was a quick little 2-day case. I'm surprised. There we go. Here we go. We're going to show that one. Bree comes in with the emoji recap for the entire case. We have the store owner. What was her name again? Denise? I forget what her name was. Janice. Made a deal to pay money to some workers to lift some boxes and move it from her store to pack it up. And I'm not sure where the picture is. She catered for them. She made the food. She took care of them as far as cookies, sandwiches, soup. Said the money was going to come later. he asked about the money. She said, no, not going to pay till later. He got mad because he couldn't get the money. He said, I'm not going to come work tomorrow. At which point he left and was mad and he got angry and started yelling about the money. At which point the worker guy got mad, yelling about the money, brought the pew. Assault happened, demanded money. 3 people said, hey, this is what happened. Cried about it. They called 911. The police came. Ross fled and left with his girlfriend in the car, at which point he says there was no gun, credit card, driver's license. Oh, he said it wasn't a gun. It was a credit card, driver's license, a wallet. Where's the gun? The investigators... Chains? I don't know. And the judge says, all right, and then we have a verdict. So I don't know. That was close. I know Bree sends me usually a key that goes along with this entire thing, and I like to try to figure it out without the key. But it's nice sometimes to have the model. Bree, thank you very much. That court sponsored by Ridge Wallets. Get your own here at the link below. No, it really should be, because the Ridge Wallet just saved that man a 40-year sentence. I got it. A key or a cheat sheet? It's a little of both. The DA who lost to a pro se should have to do the time. You know when he goes back to the office, everyone's going to be like, you lost that one? Like, they went for a lesser included instead of a clean sweep, not guilty? What did you do? Spit on the jury? Yeah, that's crazy.
Call from
AWOL.
AWOL, how are you doing, my friend?
What's up? I'm driving allegedly, so I can't read chat.
I hear you're driving a victory lap. Is that what I'm seeing you're doing?
Well, I mean, victory for justice, but I guess if you're the victim, it's not a victory. It's not really justice.
Alleged victims,
for them,
as you said, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was still traumatic. I heard the 911 call. That's still, I would be like, oh my God, what is going on right now? So there's still, you know what I mean?
Here's what I'm surprised at. I'm surprised that they didn't go with a lesser included, because he never said he didn't assault her, right? The whole pick her up by the shirt and throw her against the wall that everyone said they saw happen. I can understand if one person looks up as scared of somebody, and whether bad lighting or reflection or for some reason sees a phone and a wallet in his hands and says gun, and somebody else looks over and sees a reflection, they're going to see a gun, right? They're going to be like, I don't know, it doesn't look like a gun to me, right? So I can see why 3 people, if one person saw it wrong and announced and put that idea in everyone else's head, that in the panic they thought it was a gun when it wasn't. I was going to give them that. But how do you see someone pick up somebody else by the shirt and throw them into a wall and say, no, I guess that didn't happen? They didn't. They all said it happened. Everybody said it happened.
Correct. I was talking to Nexus. I definitely could have seen a lesser included. I'll give them that.
Just an assault.
Maybe an ag assault.
Yeah.
Yeah, some type of assault. But the whole blaming charges, I'm like, wait a minute. One could be confused about it. It was a traumatic thing getting thrown against the wall, right? And then you could also, not saying they did this, so people don't think I'm saying that they did this, but people can collude with each other and say, I saw one. You know what? Maybe I did see it. Maybe I did see one. Yeah. You know what I mean? You could just groupthink it into existence. Not saying that they did it on purpose or whatever, but I voted not guilty in the poll, but I meant lesser. I hit the wrong one. But still.
It's okay. I deleted the poll before I showed everyone the results, so we've all made mistakes today.
Somebody copied it. It was pasted.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what it is. That's why states should be careful when they charge somebody, because if you want true justice, have true charges. Because if you overcharge, a jury might go, well, I'm not doing that. Well, then nothing gets, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, just
drive safe, my friend. Keep the economy going. So allegedly. So, thank you. We'll see you.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right. AWOL, who may or may not be driving at this point. We have some other courts to hop to today. It's only 3 o'clock, and it's a little too early to end. Excited for next week, though. Excited for next week, Sloth Life. Hope you have a great week there as well. Let's see. We have Thurston County who's on the line. I'm just sort of letting it soak in for a minute, right? I'm just letting it soak in because I was not expecting a clean sweep, not guilty. And the reason for this, and maybe this is wrong of me, but when I saw him turn and snap at his elbow counsel, you should have told me this before we walked into court. And the judge have to mute everything and calm everything down when he was, blindsided. He's clearly got some temper issues, right? He's clearly got some anger issues. And if he was really mad, he had plans for this. He was going to go pick up his money and he wouldn't get it. I see it. It seems more reasonable than not that he was a little heated during that. He's got some rage issues maybe. But he also says he hasn't had any conviction in the last 20 some odd years. So maybe that's behind it. Maybe he is just a little hot tempered and it's all words and nothing else. It's just a blowhard, right? All hot air, but when it comes to action, he doesn't do anything. I don't know. But the jury believed him. That's what's impressive. And they took a pro se over the pro prosecutor. And are you able to play the Daisy music video you made? Yeah, we did. We played it yesterday. It's also up, I think, on the Facebook page, or no, it's on Twitter. We sent a link to it yesterday in chat as well. It's all on the Suno. It's on the public page. But I only made the first part of the music video. It's just a teaser. I didn't make the whole thing. Can't wait for the movie of this trial. I'm surprised. I wonder if the jury. I wonder if the jury had believability issues with some of the witnesses. First of all, Janice, we loved her. I think she made the cookies. I think she catered. I think she had the deal. She stuck to her guns. I think, well, that's a bad thing to say in this trial, but she stuck to the original agreement when she was, confronted with demanded money. I believed her. I'm not sure if the other two were believed by the jury. Why would you send Pebbles in? Jackie says he has 20 years of convictions of assault and DV and violence. He's currently doing 5 years. I thought it was 20 years ago, Jackie, that was the last conviction. And he couldn't currently be serving and also out to be committing this violence, this crime. I thought that was an old thing. I thought it was clean after that. Why wouldn't she pay him after he quit? She had an agreement. She said she'd pay on a specific day. Most of us are too mad to give him props right now. I'm very surprised at the jury. It makes me wonder. I wish I knew what the jury makeup was. Now I wish I could be in court and watch how that went down. But no, his record goes back to 2012 almost every year. That wasn't what I heard during the testimony when they were bringing up the prior dates and the questioning of the witness and he said, what year was that? How long ago was that? It was 20 years was the last charge. I wonder if we're thinking of two different cases. If it wasn't a Pewee, then what did he shove under her throat? According to the jury, if they bought the story, his wallet, a metal, shiny wallet. And when I say Ridge wallet, my wallet's really pathetic. It's seen better days, right? But I love it. It's probably falling apart, but this is a leather type, or it's actually an imitation leather wallet, and it's fat, right? It's fat, not because cash, just because I keep receipts and IOUs in here and Blockbuster video cards. But a Ridge wallet is a brand of wallet that's sort of trendy right now. It's been pretty popular, and it's designed just to hold credit cards, and it's just really small. It's thin. Yeah, those that have Ridge wallets, they swear by them. They're super convenient. I just can't keep everything I want in a Ridge wallet, and they're super expensive. So he's saying that that's what it was in his hand. That just means it's broken in. It's broken for sure. I'll give you that much. Blockbuster, rest in peace. No, I'm holding out hope that the stores will come back. Ridge wallets are metal, but did he put it under her throat? That would be the assault part, right? If he touched her, if he laid a finger on her, let alone picked her up by her shirt and her tank top, her sports bra and her shirt, and threw her against the wall, that seems to be a crime to me. But the jury, I think, focused more on the gun than anything else. Carry a Ridge wallet type thing in my purse. I think this is one of the most shocking verdicts of the year so far. Definitely a surprise. I think the judge is very surprised. The way she was so curt. And you know I love Judge Boyd, right? So please don't take this wrong. But she was not here for this trial. I don't know what she was doing paperwork-wise. She was not here. This was like also in the background, I have court going type thing. If you watched her constantly, there were only a couple times she had to re-ask the question or sort of pause and think through mentally, what did I just hear? But she was not checked in. I think she was expecting this to go the other way. So, yeah, all the witnesses will be probably very scared. Thought she was also going to get the guilty verdict. It looked like about, time-wise, I'd say about an hour and a half of deliberation is what we got from that jury. I think she was controlling her emotions. He assaulted Janice by his own admission. It wasn't a pew-pew, it was a wallet. Still an assault. Just, Stephanie, I'm with you on this. I'm with you. I will give him this could have not, this very likely it wasn't a gun. The police never found a gun. There was no gun linked to this that they can show. The descriptions of the guns did vary a little bit. And maybe that's why. I mean, one said it was a revolver and described it in detail. One said it was either silver or gray. But when did this happen? Last year around June, I believe. Could be jury nullifications. You think they're usually I would say no on that SF in Texas, just because jury nullification is where they disagree with the law. And because of that, they say not guilty, even though the facts would prove that he is guilty. Jury nullification would be saying that the law about aggravated assault is bad. I don't think a jury's going to do that one. Usually you see that with like a law about, you're not allowed to, glance at the passenger while you're driving, or some weird driving law or something like that. They're like, that's stupid. We're not going to convict somebody for that. But usually, violence like this, most of us think it's a good law. A request for us to watch something new to get the bad taste out of our mouth. What do you propose? Let's take a look really quickly at what is available. We have a little bit of Thurston County we can jump to.
Good morning. Please be seated.
This is happening live right now. Thurston County, Washington, one of our favorites to visit. Trying to get out of the way, sir, so you can take up the whole screen.
It's Thurston County District Court for Friday, February 6th, 9 o'clock calendar. And Ms. Myers, you have something to start us with?
I do, Your Honor. Good morning. The first matter I can call is Mr. Michael McDermott. He is number 6 on this morning's 9 a.m. calendar, and he's present in the courtroom. Into my seat. Yep.
All right. Number 6 on the 9 a.m. calendar, State versus Michael McDermott, McDermott, case number 5A0026112. It's on for confirmation for trial. 1 count of DUI and 1 count of operating vehicle without ignition interlock device.
Yes, Your Honor. At this point in time, we are ready to enter into resolution. There is a plea form in the judge's folder. We are pleading guilty to both the DUI and the operation of the without an ignition interlock.
So this is a second offense, at least. If he's operating without ignition interlock. What is that she's wearing? Are those headphones? Oh, they are headphones. They were like little Hello Kitty earmuffs or something. Juan Navarro is swimming in mossy water, I think, right now. Not sure why it's all yellow. It was all yellow. It's a good song. Simpson has a good preliminary hearing, started 20 minutes ago. What's going on with Simpson? Judge Middleton's doing landlord-tenant stuff as well. And he's got a cold. Judge Cedric Simpson, YouTube. Can somebody tell me what Simpson's about? We might jump there. The only problem with Simpson is he deletes his live stream as soon as it's over, so we can't go back 20 minutes, or it'd basically we'd lose the last 20 minutes, the conclusion of the hearing. Either we get it all, or we get really disappointed at the end.
Mr. McDermott, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty. Been presented to me. You've had plenty of opportunity to go through this document with Ms. Myers. You understand that by pleading guilty to these two charges, you give up your right to go to trial on each of those charges. You understand the maximum penalty is year in jail and a $5,000 fine on each of those.
I understand.
Understand there's been a recommendation made by the parties as to what the sentence should be in this case.
I understand.
And you understand I'm not required to follow that recommendation.
Sir, I understand that.
Kayla Newell, thank you. 29 months as a member. Surgery Thursday at 2.
Paragraph 11 of this document says that on or about February 9, 2025, he drove a motor vehicle in Thurston County, the BAC above 0.08 but below 0.15, and said vehicle was not required, was not equipped with an ignition interlock device, although you had been required to do so.
I understand. Yeah, sir.
Is that your statement?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you did that makes you believe that you're guilty of these two charges?
Yes, sir.
Kayla, you are an OG. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Myers, before we go much further here, tell me a little bit more about this recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not sure if Your Honor had the opportunity to be before any of Mr. McDermott's hearing prior to the one today. Mr. McDermott had quite a tumultuous, to put it lightly, time throughout the course of this case. While in custody, Mr. McDermott was suffering from what we thought was liver failure. He was experiencing severe hallucinations, auditory and visual, and has no recollection of any time he spent in custody due to some severe medical issues. Since he's been released, which after 136 days in custody, he was involved with OCRP, where Dr. Karen Lawson, who's with us today in the back of the courtroom, kind of acted as a mentor towards him, and he is now considered kind of the poster child of success for OCRP. Since he's been released, he's been sober. He's had no violations. He's presently working towards becoming a peer mentor, and he's also taking care of the one warrant that he does have on his record. Personally, I've been Mr. McDermott's attorney the entire time, and the individual sitting with us in the courtroom is far different from the individual who I was in custody with. The work that he's put towards himself, his health, and taking care of the wrongs he's committed is truly remarkable. I think this is one of the bigger success stories that we've seen come out of district court. And I think that the recommendation, I think the recommendation is a little bit light considering his success. I think that we were going for 2 years probation. However, standard probation for DUI is 50 months or 60 months, and we understand that. But Mr. McDermott has done nothing shy of excellent since being released. He saw the opportunity to get out of custody. He did not take advantage of that, and he's continuously working towards bettering himself and making sure that he doesn't fall back down that path.
Thank you. The state, anything in addition?
Your Honor, no, we would just ask that the court follow the agreed recommendation.
Thank you. All right, Mr. McDermott, I've reviewed your plea for the statements by Ms. Myers in regards to this episode in your life. I will find you're making your plea today knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, that you understand the charge against you and the consequences of your plea, and that there is a factual basis for your plea. Therefore, I will find that you're guilty of both charges today.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if the court would allow, whenever Mr. McDermott does have something to say that he would like to address the court.
All right, we'll get to that in a moment.
Sounds like he's getting a very light sentence on this one. I think Bradley Alexander is shuffling cards just off screen. I think he's practicing for a magic bit. Yeah, most of us are quite surprised at that verdict out of Texas. Wow. Yeah, this judge is taking forever. So we have Judge Wiggins. Looks like he's doing arraignments. Judge Burnett is live, but on a break. Judge Simpson's in the middle of a hearing where an officer is testifying. Not sure what that's about yet. You have to pick it up just wherever it is. Expedited accusation calendar out of Fulton County. Minecraft court just closed. Judge Middleton looks to be done. Looking at all our options today. I think Thurston County might be about it.
All right, Mr. McDermott, I'll hear from you.
Stand.
You can sit. It depends. Whatever you want to do.
Do you want me to stand, sir?
No. You may seated.
Your Honor, first of all, I want to apologize for the behavior that caused me to be in this position. I now have 361 sober days, and I'm proud of this.
That's
awesome. I want to thank OCRP, Karen Lawson, and the court for my success in sobriety. I've also been prescribed medication to help me with some medical conditions I was going through. I'm now in the process of becoming a peer counselor at OCRP. Thank you for your time.
Well, Mr. McDermott, sounds like you've had a really rough period of time here. I'm assuming the last year has been better than the year before that. Glad to hear that you're able to maintain your sobriety.
Thank you, sir.
The key is to maintain it.
That's my plan.
I will follow the recommendation, and we'll put all the jail time on the DUI charge. We're going to close the ignition interlock device case based on the guilty plea in that case, in that matter. So, Mr. McDermott, you'll remain released on your own recognizance. You're going to be on probation for a period of 5 years. You'll have to contact the probation department. I'm going to impose a $240 probation fee and a $43 conviction fee to go with that. These will be the other conditions that are imposed. You're not to commit any new criminal law violations. You're not to drive a vehicle without ignition interlock device, according to the Department of Licensing. So you'll have to be working with them from now on to see what you can do about getting your license reinstated. Not to frequent any bars or taverns. You're not to consume alcohol, marijuana, or non-prescribed drugs. You're not to refuse a UA test or a BAC test if one is requested of you. And you need to have a substance use disorder assessment treatment, show proof of that. I want to give you a proof date of April 3rd. So you need to at least show to probation and court that you've started that process. As long as you follow those conditions, you will not have any further court dates. As long as you follow those conditions, your life will be a whole lot better.
Yes, it will.
can't watch it from the beginning because it's going to cut off. Unless he keeps going. So as soon as he cuts off his live stream, Josh, I lose the whole feed.
All right, Mr. McDermott, I've signed that judgment sentence form. We'll get you a copy of that so you can take that with you. And I wish you good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Keep up the hard work.
I will, sir.
It's not easy. We know that. Court knows that.
Okay, we're going to see if we can catch Simpson in court here real quick. Had a hearing that started up here in Judge Simpson's court. We're trying to catch. It's on 1.25 speed, so hopefully we can catch up with it before it's all done. Let's wait for the judge to come out. There we go.
Well, hold on, because I'm missing an attorney. Court does call the cases of People versus Jamal Jones and Omar Smith. Counsel, state your appearances.
Kenneth Water, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People. Andrew Childers, appearing on behalf of the people. Neil Rockine, P number 48618. I am one of Mr. Omar Smith's counsel, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Mr. Colin Daniels.
Josh Colin Daniels on behalf of Mr. Smith as well.
Sorry.
And Randall Upshaw, P number 43574 on behalf of Mr. Jones.
It's too fast.
The defendants are not yet present in the courtroom. We will bring them in momentarily. Just so that the record is complete, there was a request for the court to close the courtroom. The court did not or declined to do so and offered alternatives of a partial closure. The parties, however, worked it out where the individuals that were seated in the courtroom, they have asked to voluntarily leave, and they have left. The courtroom is empty except for those that we know are going to be here. But that was voluntary on their part. The courtroom is not, so that the record is clear, the courtroom has not been sealed off by the court in this matter.
People agree with that. The only other thing we discussed at the bench, we would ask that when this first witness is testifying, that the camera for the Zoom, for the live feed be turned off.
Hold on.
For the witness.
Correct. The streaming feed will continue. Right. However, the camera will exclude the witness box and exclude and that also was an agreement of the part.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, very good. And first thing I need the defendants.
Bring the witness. I'm going to hide my view so I can see what's happening in court. Maybe if I just live right here. Don't want to cover up the deputy, Mr. Allen. Is the attorney intentionally standing in front of the camera to block the view?
At the record should reflect that both defendants are now present in the courtroom.
I don't know what this charge is. Does anyone know what the charge is? Do we have to bail on this one?
Mr. Smith, if you could please state your name for the record, please.
Omar Smith.
Thank you. That's fine. And sir, if you could please state your name. Thank you. All right. This date and time set for a preliminary examination. Are the parties ready to proceed?
People ready, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. You may call.
Oh, no, we're ready.
All right. And Mr. Upshaw, he's always ready. So, all right. You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Madam. People would call Shania Burns.
All right.
Deputy Allen has his own camera now. That's awesome. Shania Burns.
Please come forward to be sworn. You're on me. Yeah. You may go ahead and swear.
Where you take a seat, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State and spell your first and last name for the record.
We have another courtroom.
Shania Burns, SMJ-MIA-URS.
All right. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Burns, I'm going to ask you some questions. Just answer them. If you didn't hear what I said or don't understand, just let us know, okay? Ms. Burns, turning your attention to September 26th, 2025 at approximately 1 in the afternoon, where were you? And how did you get there? Where did you drive from? And with whom were you driving? Was there anyone else with you? Yes. When you arrived at the barber shop, what happened? I went in first. Well, when we pulled in, my Terrence, the owner of the barber shop, he left to go get something to drink. Came back, we went in the barber shop. I sat in a chair. My mother and my chair. How do you, I'm going to interrupt you, and I apologize that I might do that a few times, but how do you know Terrence? And he owns that barber shop? Okay. And why were you both at that barber shop? And you said you were with Lamar Thomas? How do you know Lamar Thomas? How long have you known him? Is he your cousin by blood? You have to say yes or no. The record can't pick up a head shake. Okay. But you've been family. You consider him to be family? All right.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay.
It's not easy. It's very nerve-wracking. We'll just remind you. When you were, so you were at the barber shop, and while you were there, what, if anything, happened? While you were at the barber shop, what, if anything, happened? What, if anything, happened? Yes, ma'am. As in? Anything out of the ordinary happened besides you getting a haircut? Okay. So what was the first thing that happened? The defendant came to the barber shop. When you say the defendant, you mean a person came in? A person came to the barber shop, Lamar, and the person made eye contact after the person walked out the barber shop. A couple minutes later, Lamar asked a question to Terrence. Okay, I'm going to stop you real quick. Can you describe the person who came in from outside? Light skin, bro, like a little kid. And do you see that person in the courtroom today? Can you identify them by where they're seated and what they're wearing? To the right of me, glasses, Your Honor, would the record reflect the in-court identification of, Defendant Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, record shall so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Now you said the person we've identified as Mr. Smith entered and then left. And then what happened? What happened after that? Lamar asked a question to Terrence, and then Terrence answered a question that he asked. Well, what did Lamar ask? Did he have a bathroom he could go to? And what was Terrence's answer? He said yes, and his friend was using the bathroom at the moment. Okay. And then what happened after that? Lamar asked, did he have a bathroom he could go in, and Terrence told him yes. Okay. And then what did you see happen next?
After Lamar came back in the back room, we sat down for about 30 seconds, probably.
I'm going to stop you real quick because I just want to make sure we're very clear about what happened, because you just said Lamar came back from the back room. So did you see Lamar go to the back room?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw Lamar go to the back room. How long was he there?
No, in a minute.
Okay. And then he came out.
Yeah, he sat down.
Where did he sit down?
Right across. Like, if I'm sitting right here, he would be to the left side, and like right across.
Okay. You said that when Mr. Smith came in, he and Lamar looked at each other. You were able to observe both of them? And how long did that take? How long did they look at each other?
Not even 20 seconds. It was just a look, and then he went back out.
Was anything said between them? Okay. Mr. Thomas came back, sat down. What happened after that?
20 seconds, then he got up, he asked for the keys to the car. I gave him the keys, and he walked out.
When you gave him the keys, what did you observe him to be doing?
Yeah, his hand under his sweatshirt.
Which hand?
Right hand.
And when you say under his sweatshirt, can you describe using words what you mean?
He had his right hand under his hoodie, and he has looked like he could have been clutching something under his armpit.
Which armpit?
Left.
So his right hand under his left armpit? Okay. And you said you handed him the keys?
Yes.
What hand did he take those with?
Left.
His left? Did he have anything else in his hand that you could see?
His phone.
His phone. Okay.
The Canero trial resumes on Monday.
To getting to Ann Arbor that day, did you observe him to be possessing anything else?
Yes.
What did you observe him to be possessing?
Weapon.
What kind of weapon?
The Glock?
What? Can you describe that for the court, please?
Brown, Glock 19 or 17, with automatic stuff.
Okay. And you observed that personally?
A brown
Did you
Glock?
see that firearm when you were in the barber shop, but you had seen it before? Okay. After he gave you, or you gave him the keys, what did he do next?
Walked out the barber shop towards the car.
And what did you see?
As he was walking out the barber shop, as soon as he stepped into the street, he turned around, see what the person was doing. And that's when the shooting happened.
When you say what the person was doing, what are you referring to?
The boys walking on the sidewalk and one of them reaching to grab her.
Okay. How many people did you see?
So,
Was one of them Mr. Smith that you just identified? Do you know who the other one was?
no,
Had you seen the other person before?
no,
Do you see the other person in court now, or could you not identify them based on what you saw?
no.
You couldn't identify them?
That's a tricky question because there was three of them, so I don't know if it was him or the other.
Okay. When Lamar walked out, what did you observe?
Walking with his head in his phone.
I'm sorry, his head in his phone?
Yes, like him looking down at his phone.
Okay.
And then up and turned around.
Okay. And then you said what?
That's when he turned around and looking at his phone.
And when he turned around, what did you see?
They reaching their weapon out their pants pocket on their pants area. And then him, that's when he grabbed his and the shot was exchanged.
Okay. And do you know which person fired shots? Okay. Now,
No.
thank you, Your Honor. Can you describe for the court how you could see this, what you were looking through?
So, if I'm facing forward in the chair, this will be the sidewalk. The defendants, well, the people is like right here, and Lamar is like straight ahead.
So I appreciate that, and the gestures are helpful for those of us here in the room. We can't put that on the record. So I want you to try and describe it using your words. I know it's not easy to do.
I'm facing straight forward towards the street of the barbershop. The people are walking to the right side of the barbershop, like on the sidewalk, going toward the end of the plaza, towards the right.
Okay.
And then Lauren's walking straight ahead towards across the parking lot.
Do you know where this barbershop is in Ann Arbor?
Packard.
On Packard?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just describe the parking lot and how that's situated from the barbershop?
Big parking lot, I guess,
Let me ask you this question. Is the barbershop a freestanding building?
like by itself.
Yes, ma'am. No? How would you describe it then?
It's a business surrounded by other businesses.
Like in a strip mall? Okay. And the parking lot is in front?
Yes.
Is there like a sidewalk between the parking lot and the businesses?
Yes.
Okay. That's where you observed the two young men?
Yes.
All right. After the shots were fired, what happened next?
Lamar started ducking down and running towards the car that was parked across from the barber shop. It was still in the parking lot, but it was parked across on the other side.
Okay.
And everybody went separate ways.
Which way did the other two people go?
They continued to run towards the right.
Towards your right, facing the front of the barbershop? After they ran, could you hear anything?
No.
Did you hear gunshots?
Like once, like as they was running, they were still shooting. Well, they was running and shooting at the same time.
Do you know how many gunshots you heard?
No.
Was it one gunshot? Multiple gunshots. After you heard the gunshots and people ran, what did you do?
I got up and outside to see to check on Lamar because I didn't see him no more.
Okay, and so where did you go?
Walked straight out the barbershop door, across the parking lot.
Could you see at this point Mr. Smith or any of the other people?
No.
Did you see where they had gone? So you walked across the parking lot. Did you see Lamar?
Yes.
Where did you see him? And where was he? Was he in the street? Was he? And that's the sidewalk between the parking lot and the Packard's?
He was laying on the ground?
You said the sidewalk between the parking lot and Packard?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. And I know this is traumatic, but can you describe for the court what you saw as far as how Lamar looked?
Lamar, he was moving a little bit, but he wasn't for real, like he had been shot in the eye.
How was he laying?
Kind of on his side, but a little bit on his back.
Okay. Did you see blood? Where did you see that?
Running down his face, in his eye.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
Okay. What did you do?
I immediately tried to call the police. Well, I was making sure he was still breathing, and I told him to stay with me while I called the police. And like the police officer for that.
Okay, and then what happened?
Police officer checked on him, trying to keep him breathing until the ambulance came.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You said you called his mother. Did you tell her what was going on? Okay. Did you speak to any officers after this happened?
Yes.
How many did you speak to?
Probably 3.
Okay. And did you tell them all the same story entirely?
Yes.
Nothing was different?
No.
How many people were in the car with you when you drove to this location?
2.
Okay. You know, if I could have just a moment. And just to be very, very clear, the person you saw on the ground is the person you know to be Lamar Thomas.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Ms. Burns. Thank you very much.
And just so that we're clear, and they're going to start cross-examination in a moment. the barber shop, then there's a sidewalk. If you were going straight out the barber shop, there's a sidewalk. And then at some point, there's like a row for cars to park. And then there's an open space where cars drive to park in that area. Then there's another row for cars to park, right? And then a sidewalk. And then the street. Okay. And where was, with that description, where was Lamar laying when you?
Between the last row of cars and the sidewalk in the street.
Got it. Okay. All right. Cross-examination.
Is it okay if I go first, Mr. Upshur?
Whichever. Why don't we go this way around?
That's fine.
All right.
We've got two defendants here, so two teams are going to cross-examine. Sounds like a robbery, shooting.
Hey, Ms. Burns,
type case.
I'm going to go back to the incident date if I could. Okay. So, and I'm going to go through some different things. And if I tend to ask a question or I pause, feel free to answer. Let's try not to talk over each other. So if I understand correctly, there was a moment where you were, after the shooting, where you were in the parking lot and you were on the phone. Do you remember that? And there was a police officer, a female police officer, who came over to speak with you. Do you remember that? I just want to sort of set the stage, if I could, for that conversation with the police officer. Would you agree with me that that was just minutes after the shooting had taken place? Yes. And Lamar was still on the ground a few feet from you. Yes? And there was another police officer who was attempting to tend to him. Yes?
Are we saying two officers?
There was another officer that was trying to take care of Lamar.
Okay.
And if I understand correctly, you were frustrated by the pace of the ambulance and or emergency services.
Yes.
And that you have a nickname for Lamar.
FC.
Yes. Would you tell us what FC stands for?
Favorite cousin.
And throughout your interaction with the police on that day, you were referring to him as FC, my FC, or my FC, or FC, stay with me, that kind of a thing. Yes. A few moments, and I'm just going to talk about what you were experiencing. You were upset. And tell me if anything's are inaccurate. You were emotional, you were upset, you were sort of had a loud voice, you were putting your hands on your head, you were at various times crying, all those things were happening all at once, right? Yes. I think at one point you actually, before a while the female officer came to speak with you, you actually made some sort of loud, like that kind of a frustrated sound. You remember doing that? You put your hands to your face, and at one point you were crying. And the officer she asked you to sit down on the curb or sit down. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were like, I can't sit down. Too upset, can't sit down. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that frame of mind, the officer asked you a question. She asked you, what did you see?
Right.
And just tell me if in that emotional, excited state, you said, yeah, so you just were rattling things off to her, just stream of consciousness, just telling her what had happened, right?
Excited utterance.
Yeah, you were just stream of consciousness. You were just in the moment, emotional, just sort of rattling off.
No, I told her exactly what happened.
You told her exactly what happened. Did you say to her, yeah, so the boy just came in there?
Yes.
He peeped who the boy was.
Yeah.
He asked for the keys to go to the car. Once he asked for the keys to go to the car, two of the boys walked by.
Yes.
I'm just going through sentence by sentence, just so we don't talk over each other. That's all. My FC got to clutching his gun.
Right.
The boy got to clutching his gun.
Right.
The boy, I think it says yelled first. The boy turned first.
Yes.
They both got to shooting. My FC ran towards the car. A few moments later, another police officer who's a gentleman, a man, came over to sort of talk to you and work with you. Yes?
Yes.
And you had said to that officer, again, as soon as they turned their head, my FC grabbed his gun. Remember saying that? The other, and then you used the word the N word. I'm not going to use that. But you said other N grabbed his gun. Do you remember that?
You said to say yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. You're good. You're doing well.
Other dude fired first. Now, I'm just going to go through one more thing with you if I could. Originally, when you ran over to where Lamar was, there was a male officer that was tending to him, trying to help him. And I think he had yelled out to you, what happened? And that was even sooner after the shooting. Still emotional. And you said they both got to clutching. And when I seen him reaching, and I think you said my FC was reaching too.
Yes.
So your FC was already reaching. Is that what you told them?
He was already clutching.
Already clutching. Next thing I know, they both got to shooting. The reason why I go through those things with you is that in that moment, you went through things chronologically with the officers. And the first person that you told the police who clutched or reached for his gun was your FC. That's what you told the police.
Don't recall, because how did he reach for his gun if it was already hitting in?
I'm just asking you chronologically, and we can break that down. When I say chronologically, I mean in the order of things. And the first person that you said to the police, you said, my FC got to clutching his gun. That's the first person amongst this whole group of people that you described as clutching his gun was your cousin. Yes? So that's first. Then it was the boy after, right?
Okay.
The boy is Omar, right?
Right.
After FC, and I'm just going to be clear, clutching is a phrase that I didn't come up with that phrase. That's your phrase, right? Clutching means holding, grabbing. Same thing. Could you, if you would, if I could fast forward a bit, or to go back a bit and talk about when the person you identified as Omar came into the barbershop. Okay, I want to go back there. The barbershop is I'm going to say long, which is not a very articulate word or very descriptive, but it's sort of a long, narrow business. Is that right? Yeah, like narrow. You walk in, and maybe that's not easy to answer. I can show you a picture, but you walk in the door, and then there's some seats on the left, there's some seats on the right. Yes, and in the back there are some actual barbershop chairs. Yes, it's not particularly wide. It's not like as wide as this courtroom, right? It's in fact pretty narrow. If you were just from this wall here near where the witness stand, almost to where the glass is, it's about that narrow. Fair enough?
Yes.
It's a small shop.
Now, when Omar entered into the barbershop, I want to make it clear, he walked in the front door, yes? And you've described him coming in the front door to the police before, have you not?
Yes.
And you described it just now on the witness stand. Yes. So I want to also talk about, if I could, some of the things that you didn't describe or things that you didn't tell the police or didn't testify to about Omar coming in. Okay? Omar did not threaten Lamar when he came in, correct? No, I know that. I appreciate that. Affirmatively, you agree he did not?
Wait, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's not a double negative. So he did not threaten Lamar, right? Now, there are hand gestures you've seen people make before, and this is probably shows my age. I'm a little older than you are. People like, take their fingers out and do stuff like that. He didn't take his fingers out or hands out and do anything like that towards, right? This is another one people have done where they take their hand kind of and slice it across their neck. He didn't do anything like that, right? No words, no threats, no hand gestures directed towards Lamar, correct? He didn't even mouth anything, am I right? When I say I'm correct, yes? He didn't mouth anything like your dad or something, nothing like that. Now, I know you said that the two appeared to look at each other. What's that? You could see Omar looking in the direction of where Lamar was sitting.
Yes.
Where was Lamar sitting at that time? Where were you sitting at that time? And so you're in a chair. Are you in the first chair, the second chair, the third chair? So you're in the chair that's the closest to the front door. And there are some guest chairs, if you will, or waiting chairs right across from there.
Yes.
And you're sitting and he's sitting in one of those waiting chairs to the left of you. Is he sitting next to you or is he sitting across from you? Directly across. What I'd like to do, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna, Your Honor, can I mark an exhibit? Would that be all right? Or do I mark them or do you want me to mark them? Okay.
We're going to use letters.
Yes, Your Honor. Should I use, do we just do it together sequentially or should I do one?
Sequentially, however you want it. Sure.
I'll do Smith A.
Smith A. That's right. Will that work?
They've agreed to not show this witness. They're showing us courtroom B.
I'm just going to show you what I think are just 3 photographs. I'm going to show the state first. These were provided to us. These are screenshots from body-worn camera of the interior of the barber shop, and I want to see if you can identify these. May I approach the prosecution, Your Honor, to show them?
Yes, you may.
Prosecution is off to the right because we have 2 defendants that are taking the prosecutors and the defense table.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
May I approach you, ma'am?
Yes.
Should I go on the side or in front, Your Honor?
Whichever you're more comfortable with, counsel.
So I'm going to show you, ma'am, these, what I've marked as Smith A, Smith B, and Smith C. These are proposed exhibits. To see if you can look at these, look at each one, please, and tell me whether they appear to be at least accurate screenshots or photographs of the interior of the barbershop. All 3 are? Okay, so for the record, you looked at Smith A, Smith B, and Smith C. And you've indicated that Smith A, Smith B, and Smith C are accurate photographs of the interior of the barbershop. Is that correct?
Yes, but none of these show where he was sitting.
Okay. So we're just going to work through that for a second. So I'm going to move for the admission of Smith A, B, and C.
Any objection or what?
No.
Exhibits Smith A, B, and C are admitted.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor? May I approach you, ma'am?
Yes.
Could you just with an X, if you would, show me where you were seated and which exhibit you're looking at?
You said the X.
An X or a circle or what have you? Okay, so you circled that. I'm going to give you a little better.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach again now? I'll give you a red. So just circle it because it's chair that you were in. Okay, thank you. That's on Smith A. I appreciate that. I want to show the court that as well, and show the prosecutor. Do any of these exhibits show where he was seated? The seat that he was in?
No.
He was not in these seats here, so across from me. Okay.
He being whom?
Mr. Thomas.
Thank
you. And then in C, is he in one of these chairs? This is the chair that Mr. Smith, that Mr. Thomas is in?
Yes.
Okay, would you just, if you would, around that circle, just write his initials. Thank you. Thank you, man. I'll hand it to the clerk's adjourned. Thank you. Thank you. May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Now, so Omar turned and walked out, yes? Lamar then got up from his chair, the chair that you circled in Smith Exhibit C, yes? He walked towards the back of the shop, yes? Now, I want to be very careful about this. You've been interviewed by several different police officers. We know that, right? And been interviewed by Detective McDermott. Is that correct? Now, have you ever told Detective McDermott something different than what you testified to today about what Lamar did in the back of the shop?
No.
Did you tell Detective McDermott that Lamar got up, walked over towards the back of the shop, and put a bullet or a round in the chamber of the gun? You did tell him that. Now, one of the things that Detective McDermott did was he asked you whether Lamar always carried a firearm. Do you remember that? Did you tell him that Lamar always carried a firearm? Did you tell him that he carried a gun everywhere? Okay. Now, do you have any, again, I don't want to put you on the spot, but racking a bullet in a firearm, as far as you know, that makes the gun more ready to shoot?
Yes.
After Lamar, according to you, racked one in the chamber, he then came back and he sat down in the chair. He didn't sit down for very long, did he? He only sat down for a couple of seconds.
Yes.
He then got up, right? He then went to walk outside towards the front of the building. Yes? What's that? He asked for the keys. I'm going to be very careful about this in the way I ask these things, but at that time, and you've already described what you observed about Omar when he came in the shop. Yes?
Yes.
You did not observe Omar to be armed, right?
Not until everyone walked out.
Right. We're going to talk about when he was in. Right.
No.
You did not observe Omar to be armed, correct? You didn't see the outline of a gun or a bulge or anything that resembled a gun coming out of his pockets. Is that true?
Right. I wasn't looking at it.
I understand. And you never told Detective McDermott when you met with him that you observed Omar with what appeared to be or looked like or seemed like a gun inside the barbershop, correct? So let's just freeze frame, if we could, for a second right there when Lamar went to go walk outside and talk about what your state of mind was. When Lamar went to go walk outside, at that point, the only person that you knew to be armed was Lamar.
Correct.
you expressed some concern about Lamar after he racked one in the chamber, right? You were concerned. You were worried. Weren't you worried about trouble or something happening? Okay. What does that mean, that your FC can hold his ground?
He's a grown man.
Okay, I appreciate that. Could you elaborate on what you meant then when you said that he could hold his ground or he's a grown man? What do you mean?
He had his own business.
Do you mean you weren't worried that he was going to shoot somebody?
I didn't think it was going to be a shootout.
When you saw him or heard him rack the gun, did you tell him to not do it or to put it away or it's not worth it or?
First of all, he went to the back room. That was something I assumed that he did. I know how he operates.
You know how he operates.
See him exactly doing, so I'm worried.
Well, let me try to flesh that out. I guess I'm trying to ask you, when he was in the back room with the gun or when he racked one in the chamber and he asked for the keys, were you concerned about him doing something?
No.
Did you tell the police that you were concerned about him doing something? Isn't it true that you told Detective McDonough that you were worried and wanted him to walk out? You wanted Lamar to go out a back way?
No.
Isn't it true that when you were talking to detective or when you were talking to officers Baldwin and Hoy while Lamar was being treated, that you were expressing to them that he tried to warn you or that you could have stopped it or anything like that at all?
He said something to me after the person left out the barbershop.
You didn't hear what he said to you? All right, let me have I'd like you, if you could, to describe the gun that you saw you said you saw Lamar carrying, please.
Okay.
Could you describe it for me?
Brown frame, black line, and automatic thing on the back.
An automatic. And you, so it had a long magazine.
So we had a Glock with an extended magazine that sticks out the bottom. It's or a gun with an extended magazine. On my little demonstration, the magazine normally fits in the grip perfectly. An extended magazine, when it's all the way inserted, may stick a foot or two, depending on how many. I mean, they're big, out the bottom of the grip, which allows you to have a lot more rounds ready to fire. So if you do start shooting, you can shoot 2 to 3 times as many times before reloading. With the
may approach witness, Your Honor. You may approach him, ma'am. I'm going to show you what I marked also is defendant's proposed exhibits, Smith Exhibit D and Smith Exhibit E. Take a look at these, please. And let me know whether or not you recognize those. I'm sorry?
Yes, I do.
You do? What do you recognize Smith proposed exhibits D and E to be, ma'am? That's the weapon that you saw him have that day? Your Honor, I move for the admission of exhibits Smith Exhibit D and Smith Exhibit E.
Any objection of order?
No.
Exhibit D and E are admitted. Smith Exhibit D and E.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
First
approach him, ma'am. Thank you.
First thing I printed with my printer was a little prop, demonstration prop.
Your Honor.
I did. very first thing.
Second try.
You may.
So while we're watching this, we're also recording from the future of this same hearing, hoping that if they delete it, we'll still get the videos. So we're hoping to get to see the videos here. Or maybe we just skip forward to them. What do you think?
So I want to. Did you tell Detective McDermott that when you gave Lamar the keys, you told him if there was going to be trouble, the two of you together could just leave?
Okay. What game do you think the judge is listening to in one ear? Michigan playing who?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Upshaw.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Any redirect?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Ma'am, you may step down. Does she need any special consideration getting her out? You'll take her out? All right.
Okay, now courtroom B should go away once she leaves. There was an agreement to not show her on the cameras.
Would it be acceptable for us to then get other relatives who want to?
Yes, they can come back in. I'm going to step off. The defendants can remain in the courtroom if we're okay with that. Court's going to step out for a brief moment.
Yes, right.
Yes, you can get them back in.
All right.
So now we're going to skip ahead to get wherever the judge comes back out, right here.
We are back on the record in the case of the People versus Jones, People versus Smith. You're missing one.
Missing an attorney.
Mr. Childers coming back, or?
Yes, he is, Your Honor. He's escorting the last witness out.
Oh, okay. Oh,
We can
wait.
start.
We can? All right. The record to reflect the defendants and their counsel are present.
Sure. All right, we're waiting for Mr. Childers to come back. We do have a stipulation. It's my understanding that all parties will be stipulating to the admission of the autopsy report. I will mark this as People's Exhibit A.
It actually should be one.
Should be one, sorry, Judge.
Is that a correct statement?
Judge, it is. Mr. Childers, can I add one caveat? Mr. Childers and I happened to speak with the medical examiner this afternoon. The additional part of the stipulation, apart from the autopsy protocol and report, is that the medical examiner could not determine, based upon the injuries, the caliber of bullet that struck the decedent.
Okay, this is a murder trial. The family was just let back in the courtroom. As you can see, there's a lot of them here. They were out for that previous testimony.
But is that, well, is that stipulated to by the people? That is?
Yes.
All right.
That's correct.
All right. So stipulate to the admission of People's Exhibit 1. I guess my only issue with the other part of the stipulation or the caveat to that is the caliber of the weapon referred to in that report at all? Or the fact that it can't be determined is, I mean.
It's referred to at any point in there.
So there really would be a stipulation that the medical examiner could not determine the caliber of bullet. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Upshaw?
That's correct.
All right, very good. Okay.
Does the court want that now?
That would be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. People will call Officer John Gilby.
Judge is letting us read.
I'm going to ask the court to bear with me attempting to utilize technology.
Michigan Medicine Pathology and Clinical Laboratories report. People's Exhibit number 1. Post-mortem examination report.
Sir, please come forward and be sworn.
This is going to be an officer. We should be able to see him on the stand in just a second.
See, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
See. Thanks for your first and last name for the record, please.
John Gilby, JOHNGILBEE.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Gilby, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And where do you work?
City of Ann Arbor,
And how long have you worked for the city of Ann Arbor?
12 years.
And what do you do for the city of Ann Arbor?
Police officer.
You've been a police officer the entire time?
Yes, I am.
And were you working and on duty on September 26th, 2025 at approximately 14 hours?
Yes, I was.
And what were you doing?
Conducting traffic enforcement.
Traffic enforcement? And were you in you wearing a full uniform?
Yes, I was.
And were you in a police vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Was that vehicle equipped with video?
Yes, it is.
And what was it equipped with?
It's got a front-facing video camera, backseat video camera.
And you're familiar with how to operate these?
Yes, I am.
And were they in working order on that date?
They were.
Thank you. And where were you located at that time?
I was working the Packard Safety Corridor, which is Packard Flat Road.
And that is in the city of Ann Arbor in the county of Washtenaw?
Yes, it is.
And what, if anything, happened? Or as you were working that corridor, what were you doing?
I had just conducted a traffic stop and was finishing paperwork in the car.
And where exactly were you located?
I had parked in front of the Thrive Dentistry. The vehicle that I had stopped pulled in there, and I was parked parallel to that business.
And can you describe for the court where exactly you are? Are you in a street, parking lot?
It's a parking lot that runs parallel to Packard Road.
And
just east of Platt.
Just east of Platt. And then what happened, if anything, as you were filling out your paperwork?
I was sitting in my patrol car and I heard a volley of gunfire, automatic gunfire behind my car. I looked in my rearview mirror and I saw a man running across the parking lot who was a victim. And then I exited my patrol vehicle to see what was going on.
When you said you saw him running across the patrol, you were in your vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And which way were you facing?
I was facing eastbound and I looked in my rearview mirror, and after I heard the gunfire, the first rounds of gunfire, and then I could see the victim running across the parking lot right behind the car.
And what did you said you stepped out after that?
Yes, I did.
And when you stepped out, what did you see?
When I stepped out, I saw two men shooting at the person that was running.
You saw two men shooting at that time?
Yes.
Can you describe those two men?
Two black males, one in all black clothing, one with a gray hoodie, black pants.
Is there anything else you can describe about them?
One had longer hair.
Could you estimate their ages or anything at that time? Okay. Could you see firearms in their hands?
Yes.
And you said you heard a volley of gunfire. That was automatic fire?
Yes, it was.
How do you know that was automatic fire?
I served in the United States Marine Corps, and I'm familiar with what automatic gunfire sounds like.
How many shots did you hear, or could you tell?
Close to 50 probably.
Sounded that way?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you say 15 or 50?
50.
What is that?
5-0.
As you heard that,
gun's converted to
you said you
fully
saw
automatic.
two young men running with guns and firing. What happened next?
They got into a burgundy Chevy Malibu.
And then what did they do?
They quickly sped out of the parking lot.
Could you see who got into which side? No. And then when they sped out of the parking lot, what did you do?
Immediately got right behind the vehicle and pursued them.
Now, when you did that, was your patrol vehicle camera working?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I am going to attempt to play People's Proposed Exhibit number 2. Show. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have the issue.
Okay.
Because we're trying to catch up, I know they take a little minute to identify this, and oh wait, let's give it a second. Okay, we're going to skip
Thank
forward
you, Your
to when
Honor.
it starts playing, okay?
Officer Gilby,
Because they ask a billion questions about how the dash cam works and why there's no sound and everything else.
As I was driving by, I could see the victim lying motionless on the sidewalk.
and you continued pursuit?
Correct.
We need to back up just a tiny bit. There was a little more motion that I missed. He's sitting at the side of the road doing his paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Gilby, can you see what is being projected onto the TV screens here in the courtroom?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
I agree.
That's the front-facing camera inside my patrol vehicle.
And what can you observe in that right now?
I'm just facing eastbound. I'm in that parking lot that I described at the corner of Packard Lot.
And this is where you were parked when you started hearing gunfire?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to hit play and start to let this go.
9/26 of 2025 is the date here.
Now, we don't hear any sound right now. Why is that?
I believe that the audio starts, it begins recording 30 seconds before the lights are activated. The audio will start once the lights are activated.
So at this time,
30 seconds prior to the activating of lights.
thank you.
Natural gas powered bus drives by. The way, does that make sense that these units are always recording, but it doesn't save it until you activate your lights, and then it saves the 30 seconds prior to you starting your lights up, and then it just records all the way through as long as the lights are on. So this is 30 seconds prior still.
Now, I've paused it here at 58 seconds into that video. Can you point out the suspect's vehicle that you were pursuing?
It is that burgundy Chevy Malibu that just exited the parking lot and now is heading westbound on Packard Road.
Okay. And can you tell from what right now where that vehicle is located on the road, what lane it's in?
It is traveling westbound in the eastbound lanes.
I'm going to continue playing. I've stopped the video at 1 minute and 2 seconds.
Car's turning left.
Can you see the suspect vehicle at this point?
Yes, I can.
And what is it doing?
It is making a left-hand turn onto Flat Road, traveling southbound.
And in what lane is it making that left-hand turn?
I don't know which. He ends up into the regular lane, the southbound.
But he's coming out of the oncoming lane. Okay. Turning your attention to the sidewalk on the left, what can you observe there?
As I was driving by, I could see the victim lying motionless on the sidewalk.
And you continued pursuit?
Correct.
We have a chase. The officer went in oncoming traffic too to catch up. Looks sort of residential.
And now eastbound on the lane.
Oh, they found a tree.
I'm going to pause that there, but I think I may have paused it at an inopportune moment. But I may back that up just a hair. Perfect. I have it stopped currently at 1 minute, 39 seconds. As you rounded the corner here, what did you observe?
I observed the driver of the vehicle running from the vehicle into the neighborhood.
How do you know it was the driver of the vehicle?
He exited the driver's side door.
Did you observe him do that?
Yes, did.
Okay. And what was he wearing?
There were black pants and a gray hood.
Gray hoodie. Okay.
I think he's still in the car in this view.
And the vehicle there, can you describe its situation, why it stopped or how?
The vehicle hit a tree that was at the corner.
And as you were approaching here, what street are you turning from?
They're now turning eastbound on Lorraine
From what street?
from Platte Road.
And what is the speed limit on Platte Road?
The speed was 35 miles per hour.
Oh. Get off my car. A little bit of a dust.
Stopping the video at 1 minute and 52 seconds. Officer Gilby, the video that we just watched in court, is that an accurate representation of what occurred on that date and time?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 2.
Any objection or voir dire?
None for us. Thank you, Judge.
Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Now, this video depicts you coming around the car and chasing after somebody, correct?
Yes.
What did you observe when you did that?
The individual was coming out of the vehicle, and then he climbed over my hood and jumped down from the hood.
Now, were you able to see, based on where you were at any point, because of this accident, was the passenger side door damaged?
Yes.
And was it operational? Could it be opened?
I had to force it open. It went open easily.
Okay. And then as the subject who exited the vehicle, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you identify him, please?
Thanks. Sitting at the table, sweatshirt on.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the court to reflect the in-court identification of Defendant Smith.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Objection, the record shall so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you saw Mr. Smith exit the vehicle and hop over the hood of your car, did you observe anything else?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe?
When Mr. Smith hit the ground, black handgun fell off of this person onto the ground in front of him.
And then after that dropped, he continued running around the car. And what did you do?
I continued to chase him, and then I was able to grab onto him, hold him against that fence where I was able to put him down on the ground and put him in handcuffs.
Did he immediately comply?
Yes.
But he did attempt to run away from you?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, had you told him to stop?
Yes, I have.
And again, you were in a marked squad car with your lights and sirens operating?
Correct.
And your lights and sirens, were they operating the entire time that you were following this motor vehicle?
Yes, they were.
Okay. After Mr. Smith complied, you were able to put him in handcuffs?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do with him then?
I placed him in the backseat of my patrol car.
And after you put him in the backseat of your patrol car, did you go back and look at that firearm on the ground?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe to the court what you found?
It was a 10mm semi-auto, but it had a switch on the back of it.
Can you describe what you mean by a switch on the back of it?
It's like some kind of a metal adapter that's on the back of the gun that turns it into full auto.
And as you testified earlier, that you had heard automatic gunfire.
Correct. The weapon also had an optic on top of it.
Can you describe what you mean by that?
It's like a raised up sight that puts a dot instead of the traditional gun sight.
And then what did you do with that firearm once you found it?
I made sure that it was safe and I put it on the front seat of my patrol car.
Were you able to ascertain the caliber of that firearm by looking at it?
Yes,
And what was the caliber?
10 millimeter.
And that's based on your experience in both the military and as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's something he should not
Can I
have been
have just a
carrying.
moment? You may.
A fully automatic pistol. The cops are outgunned at that point.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Do you need this?
That can put a lot of lead down range really fast.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Gilby, good afternoon. Officer Gilby, my name's Neil Rockine. We have not met before or spoken about this case. Is that right? Again, when I pause or finish speaking, that'll be means I'm done asking a question. That'll be the best time for you to respond. Let's try not to talk over each other. Is that fair? I want to go back, if I could, to the parking lot. So you were actually stationary. You were doing stationary traffic enforcement, or you writing somebody a ticket?
Right.
And so at that point, you're stationary, obviously not expecting what happened, right? Is it fair to say that it caught you off guard? And when I say it caught you off guard, you'd be referring to the sound of the gunshots, the number of gunshots, yes?
Correct.
And so I want to go right there if I could. You said that you observed, you heard gunshots, and then you observed a person who you now know to be the victim or the decedent, yes? Running across the parking lot, yes? And you've got military training and you've got police training, so you have sort of a heightened awareness of security concerns. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, you noticed, I'm sure, that the decedent, Mr. Thomas, was actually armed himself, right?
No, sir.
Did you notice at that point that he was returning gunfire or exchanging gunfire?
No, sir.
Did you know at that point at all whether Mr. Thomas had exchanged gunfire with anybody?
No, sir.
You're not saying that he wasn't armed. You're saying you just didn't see it.
Correct.
So by the time you ultimately made it to, and I forget the location of the streets where you were, but you ultimately made it to find the vehicle that had taken off from the scene. It was crashed into a tree.
Correct.
So the driver apparently gets out, yes, and takes off.
Yes, sir.
You then use your vehicle to do what?
To try to prevent the passenger from running away.
So you had no idea if the passenger was going to run away at that point. That was just sort of instinct on your part. Is that fair to say?
He was coming out of the vehicle as I was turning.
He was coming out of trying to get out of the crashed vehicle, out of the only door that worked.
Correct.
Right. Now, at that point, fair to say you didn't know whether he was going to run or flee or whether he was just trying to get out. You would know.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when he gets out of the car, I know, and you've written a report about this, is that right?
Yes.
And one of the things you wrote in your report was that at some point, as he got out, based upon the entire circumstance, you were concerned for your safety. Yes?
Yes.
You were concerned for the safety of others in the neighborhood.
Yes.
Now, no one at that point, thankfully, had pointed a gun at you or had gestured towards you with a gun. Yes?
Correct.
But just despite all of that, you still had concerns that you could be in danger.
Yes, sir.
And because of that, you did what? Did you pull out an arm? Did you pull out a weapon? Did you pull out your gun? Did you do anything like that at all?
No.
And tell me, and why is that? Why did you not?
I used my vehicle to try to prevent him from leaving. I didn't see the gun in his hand whenever he came over. But
Now, so when he dropped, it was essentially when the gun fell out of his pocket or fell onto the ground. At that point, you thought that he was, as I'm listening, that he was not armed any longer.
whenever I am pursuing the vehicle, I know that both subjects in that vehicle are armed.
Okay.
Because I just watched them shoot someone.
You watched him shoot at somebody.
Correct. So
I guess.
they're- because I watched them, I never lost sight of them. I watched them get into the vehicle. Then pursued them.
My question is a little bit different. I appreciate that. So maybe it wasn't a very articulate question, and I apologize for that. When you pulled up towards and did your maneuver to block the driver's side door, the opening of the driver's side of the car, you said that a person identified as Mr. Smith got out. Yes? He jumped across your hood, right? That we just watched that on video, so that's not deniable. So you also observed a gun fall out of his pocket or out of his clothing. Is that right?
Correct.
You did not pull a gun, as I understand it.
Correct.
And I'm asking why.
Because my adrenaline was going and I just wanted to catch it.
All right. So
the judge is like,
you,
"Yep,
at that
checks
point,
out."
did you still think that he might have been armed despite having dropped the gun?
Yeah, in that 1 second that it took to exit the vehicle and in contact with him, I thought he was armed with a weapon.
And you're relying on, and you've got years of training. We talked about that, Marines, police, and you're working off adrenaline and just making the best split decision judgments you can, given what the threat that you perceive. Yes?
Correct.
In hindsight, you may have actually pulled a gun if you thought about it again. Is that fair to say? And if you look back at it now, would you pull a gun again? If just thinking back through things, would you have pulled your gun?
I would have done it exactly how I did it.
Exactly as you did it. Had you continued to think he was armed, or had he done something to reach for a pocket or something, you would have then pulled out your sidearm, I presume, right?
If he presumably got at me,
Yes.
yes.
Or had he gestured towards it, like had he furtively gestured towards his clothing as though he were still armed, I presume you would take appropriate action.
You're asking what I think I would have done?
Yeah.
If things were different than they were.
If sustained. Okay, no problem.
Speculation. They're trying to.
Is it fair to say that when you
to the police
detained or arrested Mr. Smith, that you did not know his age at that point?
Correct.
Did you learn at some point that he was a minor?
Yes, I did.
And this is going to be a silly question, and I don't mean it to be, but it's fair to say that you don't have any reason to believe that he has the same sort of professional safety training that you have.
Sustained.
I'm nothing else, Chad. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I need it. When you were doing having just finished writing your ticket, you were obviously still in a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes.
Were your lights still on, like your emergency flashers, they were off?
Correct.
All right, I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Upshur.
Thank you, Judge.
Here's the other defendant. Second, there's actually a third defendant whose case is not grouped with this one.
Good afternoon, officer. I had the opportunity to hear talking about your training with the Marines as well as the police department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what were your duties in the Marine?
I was a communications field wireman.
Okay. And you went to a police academy here for certification?
Yes, sir.
And while you were in the academy, they taught you the importance of writing reports.
Josh just gifted 10.
And how it was important to write down immediately the key factors because when they're fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes.
And you write them down in your report so you don't get confused between the facts you knew exactly when this incident occurred and something someone told you later on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming that you would like to put all the key relevant facts in your police report. So when you call the court like today, you can rely on that report for its accuracy, correct?
It's a trap witness.
And
It's a
anything
trap.
that's very important or that you as a well-trained officer know is very important, you're going to put it down in that police report, correct?
To the best of my ability, sir.
Now, earlier on, you testified that you've seen a shooting occur, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you prepared a police report shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that police report, you put all the important facts about that shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
However, would you disagree with me if I say it's nowhere in this police report that you saw any individual shooting?
No, sir.
Are you disputing with that or you agree with me?
I'm agreeing that it's not that.
Okay, nowhere in your well-trained police report, you wrote down that you seen the actual shooting, correct?
Right.
What you stated is that you heard shooting, correct? You heard a volley of shots.
Yes, sir.
And you testified in close that afterwards you went in pursuit of a car. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
And you were so clear and precise to make sure you wrote all the correct facts that you described the type of the car and the color of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And since that time, you talked with many different officers and found out a lot more information. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Being a well-trained officer, is there any particular reason you failed to describe the individuals that you saw doing shooting in your police report?
Just a lot of adrenaline during that day. And I've been a police officer for 15 years. It's the first time I've ever witnessed something like that.
Okay, you make mistakes sometimes, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And your police report is typed, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So I'm assuming when this typed report came out, when you wrote this report, you were at your station.
Yes, sir.
And by the time being a well-trained officer, being in the Marines, the adrenaline had kind of fell down by the time you got to the station to set at your computer, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, and how long was it after this, how long did it take you to leave the scene of the crime and get to your station?
I don't recall.
At least an hour, correct?
Most likely.
Okay, and then when you got to your station, you had to talk with other officers, you had to check in. Then at one point in time, you went and sat at your desk, or a desk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you start preparing your, in the police report, as a well-trained officer would do, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you trying to say you're still jittery and nervous at that point?
For weeks to come.
For weeks. But when you're jittery and nervous, you make mistakes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But so I can sit down, it's nowhere in this. Your police report, which you agree was 1, 2, 3 pages long, correct? Look further on.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Officer, thank you very much. Thank you. Call your next witness.
I think we'll call Corporal Tyler Maxey.
These look to be, these attorneys give the, they have the air of a high-priced attorney, a high-priced defense attorney, like big money.
Please come forward to be sworn.
But the defendants and the crime comes across as
Take a seat, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about
gang activity.
the truth, so help you God. Hey, spell your first and last name for the record, please.
Who's paying for the
First name
lawyers?
is Tyler, T-Y-L-E-R, last name is Maxey, M-A-X.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Corporal Maxey. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where are you employed?
Pittsfield Township.
And what do you do for the Pittsfield Township Police Department? And how long have you worked for Pittsfield Police?
Since August 2011.
And were you so employed and on duty on September 26, 2025 at approximately 1:15 in the afternoon? And what were your duties on that date?
Working road patrol, responding to calls that were dispatched.
And around that date and time, approximately where were you?
I was on a neighbor
Sheila,
trouble.
welcome.
In the Arbor House apartment complex.
Good to have
area
you.
of Rose Road. Packer Road.
And while you were investigating that, what, if anything, happened?
While I was on that neighbor trouble, I heard my sergeant, Kristen Beard, called the radio. It was up on shot wound victim, and that all Pittsfield was break. So I left the apartment complex, left the apartment building, not knowing what's going on, because I had not heard any radio traffic. And then when I entered my patrol vehicle, where I scanned, working for Pittsfield, my primary radio channel was Metro East through Washington County Dispatch, but then I also scanned Metro West in the car.
And in scanning those radio frequencies, what, if anything, did you learn?
when I entered the vehicle, I then heard that Officer Gilby was in a pursuit southbound on Platt. And then additionally, that Sergeant Beard was out with that gunshot wound face down at Packard.
And what did you do?
Sheila, make sure you have your gift membership option turned
on. From US 23.
Good
down
things
Platt
happen.
Road. On Packard.
On Packard? And where did you go?
As I passed the intersection on Packard and Platt, I saw Sergeant Beard with a subject on the sidewalk, rendering aid. And then Officer Gilby advised that the suspect vehicle had crashed out in the area of Platt and Lorraine.
And based on that information, what did you do next?
Officer Gilby advised that one subject had fled from the vehicle. I then entered a neighborhood just north of his location. I slowly responded to where he was and attempted to see if anybody was going to cross the street, move through a backyard.
And what did you observe?
From Creek Drive, Brentwood and Creek down to Officer Gilby, I did not see anybody. And then I arrived on the scene where Officer Gilby was with the suspect vehicle, his patrol vehicle, and he had one subject in custody.
And from there, having seen one subject in custody, what did you do next?
I asked Officer Gilby for a description of the other suspects, which time he told me it was a black male wearing gray and black. He had fled northeast into the vehicle.
Okay. And based on that information, what did you do?
So knowing that area and the size of the neighborhood and the streets, I responded to Creek Drive and I believe it was, corner of Creek and LaFair, that general area. Just my belief that somebody on foot, the time period that they may not have gotten that far. So I set up a perimeter northeast of Officer Gilby's location.
And then from where you were located at that time, what did you do or what did you observe?
So I was directing traffic away from the area south of me. The Washington County Sheriff's Office advised they had another subject in custody west of Platt Road, was armed with a firearm. At that point, I thought the suspect would potentially be in custody. Still standing there, I observed a black male in all black running from one side of the street to the other.
And based on that, what did you do?
I responded, I got in my patrol vehicle, drove south towards that subject's location. I saw him crossing the street. I believe it is a Korean Bible church, like through that parking lot. Pulled into the parking lot, observed him jumping fences, going southbound into the backyard of other neighborhoods or other homes.
Now, you had testified that you were told that the other subject was a black male wearing black and gray, correct? And you also said that you had heard that someone else had been apprehended, so you thought that maybe the person that Officer Gilby had said run off, correct? So what made you pursue this person that you saw?
Based on the circumstances that were taking place through the incident, and in my experience and training, it's not normal for somebody to be running across the street and fleeing a police car.
Now, when you say fleeing a police car when they came towards them, are you referring to your police car? Did you observe that subject look at you?
Yes.
So describe for the court what you saw.
So I was in the Korean Bible Church parking lot. He was jumping a fence, going south, looking back towards me. I could see that he had a cell phone in his hand. I could see like the screen illuminated on the cell phone. And then he continued jumping fences, looking back towards me. At that point, I pulled back up.
So you want to say something, Judge?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. So your testimony is that you saw that subject look back at you several times while running away. Okay. And from there, what did you do next?
Based on his location, like that he was running southbound, kind of parallel his direction of travel all the way down to Lorraine. And then I thought in my head was that he was going to cross into another backyard to continue going eastbound. So I pulled on to LaSalle and then set up a perimeter on LaSalle. And just held that.
When you say cross, are you referring to cross Lorraine Street that you were on, or?
So my belief was that As I continued southbound, he was going to continue eastbound. So I had to go down to Lorraine to then come back north on LaSalle, which would have been the street behind where I saw him jumping.
Thank you. And then having done that, what happened next?
So I held that perimeter kind of at like the crest of the hill, so I could see to my left, south to Lorraine, and then I could see to my right, north to Fair Street. So I held that as other police officers held that general area. They conducted a canine track. While standing there, I heard MSP Lawnet advise that they observed a subject near the fair. As I looked to my north, I saw the same subject from earlier who had been jumping fences. Tried to come out onto LaSalle, looked like he observed me, and then went back westbound into a residence.
And what did you do after that?
Got back in my patrol car, drove north towards that location, at which time I saw him driving through a backyard. I exited my patrol vehicle. I don't recall what the address is there on the south. Pursued him on foot, and then ordered him to the ground at gunpoint, at which time he complied.
Did you say anything to him before he complied?
I think I said, I don't know the exact words. It was like police having stop, something like that.
And when you said that, did he stop immediately or did he keep running?
Police effing stop?
I believe it was on the second command is when he stopped running.
Sloth Life and Christina.
So initially you said
gifts.
stop police in some format and he continued to run.
Yes.
After he stopped, what happened after that?
So I held him at gunpoint as he was on the ground. At that time, Officer Stanky from Ann Arbor PD came through the wood line because I called out the address of where it was. Held him at gunpoint while Officer Stanky placed him in handcuffs.
And you said you held him at gunpoint. How far away from him were you at that time?
Initially, I believe I was probably from me to maybe the wooden divider. And then as Officer Stanky arrived, kind of converged together and held at gunpoint from me to the front of like halfway between us, maybe.
For the record, could you estimate those distances?
I would assume that I held him at gunpoint while he was being handcuffed at about 5.5 feet.
Okay. And what was his position on the ground?
I believe he was face down, prone out, with his arms to the side.
Okay. And did you, after he, let me take that back. What was he wearing when you, when he was taken into custody?
It was a black t-shirt, black pants, dark colored socks, no shoes.
No shoes? Do you see the person you took into custody on that date in the courtroom today? Could you identify them by something that they're wearing and their location?
To my left, seated at the table, wearing a green top and white undershirt.
And that's a record to reflect the in-court identification of defendant Jones.
That's Jones wearing a JL jumpsuit.
Was that objection record show so reflect?
You know, if I could have just a moment. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
No questions for us. Thank you.
This is a pre-trial hearing.
No questions. Thank you.
Pre-examination hearing, so if this is early in
Call your
the
next
court
witness.
process.
Thank you, Your Honor. People would call Officer Michael Stanky.
Comes the other officer. We anticipate this hearing is going to cut off at some point. So we're actually I'm monitoring and recording in the future.
Please come forward to be
as well
sworn.
as this point. So I'm recording a future point in the trial, which we've passed.
Take a seat, raise your right hand.
So we'll get
You
more.
solemnly
but
swear
we'll
the
get on.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Please spell his first and last name for the record, please.
First name Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Last name is Stanky, S-T-A-N-K-E-Y.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Unrulia Julia, thanks for adding to this membership gift train. Thank you, Josh, for starting it. Another 5 memberships. Congratulations to the recipients.
Officer Stanky, are you currently employed? And where are you employed? And what do you do there? How long have you been a patrol officer for the city of Ann Arbor? And were you so employed and on duty on September 26, 2025 at approximately 1:15 in the afternoon? And what were your duties at that time?
At that time, I was just on general patrol in the area, Huron Street and South State Street.
And while you were doing those duties, what, if anything, happened?
I heard radio traffic. It sounded like somebody saying there were shots fired in the area of Packard Flat. I then proceeded to drive down.
And where did you go and what happened?
Thank you, Sloth Life.
Initially, I drove to the area just north of Packard, near Platt, near that intersection, and sort of some neighborhoods in that area. I then got better information about where suspects might be running, and so I went south of Packard and began to search the area south of Packard.
And the information that you got was to go to that area? Okay. And then when you went to that area, what happened?
I began walking through the streets looking for the suspects, identified as a black male wearing black. We were getting various phone calls from citizens saying that they were seeing somebody jump fences or run the yards, that sort of thing. So we were kind of just shifting where we were looking. I found myself in the area of LaSalle Drive and Fair Street at one point.
And when you say that people were looking for a black male wearing black, was that coming through on the radio?
I believe so, yes. I believe we already got the suspect.
Yes. I mean, if he's not shooting it for the truth of the matter, sir, it doesn't.
I'm not. Just from what he was basing it on.
He's going to his state of mind.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
And so you were hearing this on the radio, getting descriptions of who you were looking of, the person of interest.
Correct.
And you don't know where that information is coming from or who's saying it.
No, not exactly.
Okay. All right. So from there, where did you go? What did you do?
I was walking the area. I was walking on Fair Street, eastbound, approaching South Drive. I then heard an officer on the radio that he had a suspect in front of him, and that they began running southbound on the South Drive. There were black male wearing black. I believe that this officer said. Then I ran to the South Drive to try and intercept.
And what happened then?
I observed them go south on the South Drive, take a right to go west through a yard there.
I'm going to stop you real quick. When you said I observed them, could you specify to whom you're referring?
I observed a male run through the yard and then a police officer.
And the male that you observed, could you describe what that person looked like, what they were wearing?
I just saw a black man wearing black.
Okay. Please continue. And so you saw them running, and then what did you do?
I doubled back, crossed through the backyard of another address, trying to intercept them, and then approached when I heard on the radio, Corporal Maxine say that he had a male at gunpoint on the ground. I approached the backyard where they were. I saw Corporal Maxine at gunpoint with a black male prone out on the ground.
When you, at any time prior to that, observing this black male, did you say anything to him or shout anything?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. And on that date and time, were you in full uniform?
Oh.
And did that include a body-worn camera?
Yes.
And was that body-worn camera in working order? And you know how to operate that body-worn camera? And the footage from that date and time was retained? And that's loaded onto a server and kept there. Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to show what I have marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 3. Good.
Amanda H., thanks for the gifted memberships. These are amazing.
At what point in this incident did your body cam start recording?
Most likely when I first activated my overhead lights on Huron Street near State Street and began driving down there.
And about how long before that, about how much time do you think elapsed before you actually caught the individual you described?
Probably 20, 30 minutes, maybe.
I am, if I could get the image up on the screen, please. Yeah, oh,
Let's be plugged in.
it is, but my computer decided now is the time to log me out.
Whose fault is that, sir?
There we go. Thank you.
All right.
Looking at the TV screens here in the courtroom, do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a cone.
It's a front yard just south of Fair Street on the South Drive. It's where I saw the police officer and the suspect run.
I have this video currently timestamped at 34 minutes and 12 seconds. And I'm going to play that now.
Content warning. You might say some words. That's the best you can do. He's using a potato for a computer. Running through the jungle. Man. Fell down, slipped, keeps running. Across the yard. Guy's proned out. Cuffs are out. Hands behind the back. Quick pat down.
Just walk up to my car and see us.
First of all, does that video that we just watched, does that truly and accurately depict what you observed on that date and time?
Yes.
Now, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit number 3.
Any objection or order?
I don't think it applies to Mr. Smith, but I have no objection to it.
No, no objection. Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Stanky, the person that you put handcuffs on there, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do. He's seated at the table to my left. He's wearing a green Washington County Jail shirt and a long white sleeve undershirt.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect the in-court identification of Defendant Jones.
Without objection, record shows so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you describe for the court what Mr. Jones was wearing when you took him into custody?
Wearing a black shirt and black pants.
Was he wearing shoes?
I do not recall.
Can you see his foot on the video there?
I do. Yes.
Does it appear in that video to you that he's wearing shoes?
No, just what looks like socks.
All right, pick it up just a moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, very good. Cross-examination.
No cross for us, thank you.
None? Thank you, sir. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People would call Sergeant Kristen Beard.
Forward to be sworn.
Please take a seat, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony please spell your first and last name for the record.
It's Kristen Beard, Kristn, Beard, B-E-A-R-D.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Beard, are you currently employed? And where are you employed? And what do you do for Pittsfield Township? And
Sergeant Beard has a
how
beard.
long have you been a police officer with Pittsfield Township?
Almost 24 years.
And were you so employed and on duty on September 26th at about 1:15 in the afternoon? And what was the nature of your duties at that time?
That was road patrol.
And where were you located around that time?
Carpenter Road and Packard.
And while you were at Carpenter Road and Packard at about that time, what, if anything, happened?
I started hearing Officer Gilby radio that he was in pursuit with subjects in an armed vehicle.
And based on that information, what did you do?
Respond towards
And where did you go?
Packard Road and Platte.
And when you got to Packard Road and Platte, what did you observe?
observing that what looked like a man down the south side of the road. Black male.
When you say on the south side of the road, could you explain for the court exactly where you observed this person?
He was laying near the sidewalk from 3012 Packard Road.
And when you say, was he on the sidewalk?
I'm near, that's my reflection, he was down on the ground, leaning like his face.
And that being the sidewalk close to Packard Road. And so based on what you observed there, what did you do?
I got out, rendered aid, trying to stop me bleeding. I couldn't find a bullet hole initially. There was a lot of blood coming out of his mouth and his head. And I need a bullet hole in his left shoulder, back of his left shoulder.
And what aid did you attempt to provide?
Stopping the bleeding, putting gauze pad on, things of that nature.
And were you able to identify the person that you were providing aid to?
There was another witness there that identified them as Lamar Thomas.
And from there, what did you do?
I just turned him over to HVA. There was also there was a handgun near him. I'm sure secured that.
I'm gonna let me slow you down real quick. With regard to HVA, approximately how long were you on scene with Mr. Thomas before HVA arrived?
I would guess 6 to 7 minutes.
Okay. And when, upon your arrival, did you observe the handgun?
Immediately, that's the first thing I did was confiscate the handgun.
And once you confiscated the handgun, you provided aid? Okay. When you arrived on the scene, Mr. Thomas was already prone on the ground?
He was.
Okay. Did you observe him handle the firearm?
He was not, he never touched it. His current medical state was, it was just next to him. I believe it's his right arm.
Okay. Was he conscious at the time?
No.
And once HVA arrived, what did you do?
I just assisted other officers who came to see the scene for bullets, potential evidence.
What did you do with the firearm that you secured?
It was placed in a bag and turned over to Officer Summer Dyer, who put that in my patrol car.
Your Honor, could I have a moment?
You may.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. What? Could I approach and collect the exhibits we had introduced, Your Honor?
Yes.
I approach the bench?
Yes.
There's a lot of people attending this trial. They seem to be
Sergeant Beard, is that
for one of
correct?
the defendants.
Good afternoon. My name is Neil Rockhind. We have not spoken about this case. Is that right? So I want to, if I could, I know you said you were wearing body cam that day, right? And I'd like just to approach, if I could, and have you take a look at a couple of pictures that have already been admitted, and see if you can verify for us whether this is the firearm that you collected or near Mr. Thomas. Would that be all right? I approach the witness, Your Honor. May I approach you, sir? Thank you.
I actually like
I'm
how
handing
this
you
attorney
what's already been admitted as
asks
defendant
twice.
Smith Exhibit D and E. These are screenshots from your body cam. Would you take a look at those and tell me if you can verify those?
Yes, those look like still images of my body.
I'm sorry?
Those look like still images of the weapon I retrieved.
And when you retrieved, so exhibits D and E, that was essentially the state of the gun when you found it near Mr. Thomas, is that right?
The slide wasn't back in Exhibit E. The slide was not back. There was actually one round jammed into the slide.
So just so we're clear, there was actually a round that was in the slide. Is that right? A spent casing was. And if you find a spent casing, what does that tell you?
It's
fired. Okay. And did you happen to look at the number of rounds that were in that magazine?
I didn't, but I believe that I did recall seeing at least one bullet left in that magazine.
At least one bullet left in that magazine. And do you know how if you know offhand, I don't know, do you know the capacity of that magazine?
I don't remember specifically
it was definitely an extended magazine, that type of gun.
Extended magazine would give one the ability to actually shoot more bullets or more rounds if they so chose. Is that right?
Right.
When you picked it up, did you notice anything else about it? For example, did it have a switch on it that would render it?
It did.
To fire automatically?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? May I approach you, sir?
Yeah, we watched JK Sneakers. We watched that together.
Yes. Just for continuity's sake, just so we're entirely clear, the identification of the individual or the victim as Lamar Thomas, that came when?
While he was rendering aid, I asked, trying to do multiple things at the same time. So I asked him what his name was, and a black female indicated it was Lamar Thomas.
Did she call him by name, or does she refer to him as by nickname?
She called him by FC.
FC.
What? Yeah.
Right. And then later you learned what FC meant.
She called him by Lamar Thomas.
Oh, and also FC. Got it. Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. Judge, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
No questions.
All right. Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Second, thank you, sir.
This is a pretrial hearing. I'm
sorry, Your Honor.
The result of this will most likely result
My possession.
in the defendants being bound over for
All right.
trial.
How many more witnesses do the people anticipate?
One, Your Honor.
One more?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Your Honor, people would call Detective John McDonough.
Right, do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your first and last name correct.
John J-O-N, last name McDonough, M-C-D-O-N-A-G-H.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could have just one moment, I apologize.
So this is a preliminary hearing. This is not the actual trial. This is a early look at what the evidence may be if this
Detective
went to
McDonough,
trial.
are you currently employed? And what do you do there? Have you been working for Ann Arbor that entire time?
With Ann Arbor, a little bit over 10.
And were you so employed as a detective on September 26th at approximately 1 p.m? And on that date and time, what, if anything, happened?
I was actually seated at my desk at the Ann Arbor Police Department on the 3rd floor. I had my prep radio on at that time, and I overheard Officer Gilby put out radio traffic that to the vehicle. The subjects were armed, and automatic gunfire had been fired in the area of Packard.
And based on that information, what did you do?
I grabbed my vest, and my detective sergeant and another detective and I proceeded in a DV car, lights and sirens, to that area.
And where specifically did you go in that area?
I overheard radio traffic that the suspect vehicle had crashed into the area of Packard and Lorraine. Reported by Officer Gilby over the air that a suspect was running northeast through the neighborhood. We proceeded to that area as there are 2 schools directly in that area. And based on information, Kevin posted threats. So we got to that area initially to help set up a perimeter and contain the area, potentially catch the suspect.
And were the suspects eventually caught?
Yes.
And were you involved in the apprehension of either suspect?
No, I was there when Mr. Jones was caught, but I did not apprehend him.
Did you see Mr. Jones in court today?
Mr. Jones is to my left. He is next to the defense counsel.
And what's he wearing?
I'm sorry, green shirt, white undershirt.
And I'd ask the record reflect the in-court identification of defendant Jones.
Without objection, record shall so reflect.
Once Mr. Jones was taken into custody, and was there also another suspect?
Yes, there was. Officer Gilby had apprehended the passenger of the vehicle, Mr. Smith.
So at this point, with the suspects in custody, what did you do next?
I was assigned to the scene where the crash took place to go through evidence in the red or burgundy Malibu that had crashed out on the scene.
And describe for the court what you did in terms of going through that vehicle.
We did a search on scene of what we could clearly see. I observed that on the passenger side floorboard of that vehicle was a black Glock 17 that had a purple grip and an extended mag in it. Actually, it was Detective Allen would have made that safe, and we photographed the scene too. Also located a black with designer Gucci backpack on the floor of that same vehicle. Within that backpack, I found an ID for Mr. Jones and several parts to make an additional 4 Glocks full auto.
When you say parts to make additional Glocks full auto, can you describe for the court what you mean?
Yeah, it's an auto sear that allows the Glock, when mounted on the Glock, allows the Glock to fire in fully automatic with 1 pull of the trigger. So 1 pull of the trigger gets you continuous fire until you're out of ammo or the gun jams.
And how many firearms did you observe in that motor vehicle?
1 in that vehicle.
1 in that vehicle. And was that vehicle similarly modified to fire in fully automatic?
I'm sorry, was that vehicle?
I'm sorry, was that firearm that you found?
Yes,
Full automatic.
It had a Glock auto switch on it.
Were there any other firearms at that scene?
Yes. There was a Glock 40 10 millimeter on the passenger seat of Officer Gilby's patrol car, and there was a Glock 19X tan in color that was on the driver's seat of Officer Gilby's patrol car.
Said 19X.
19X, yes. Okay.
And do you know where those firearms came from?
The Glock 40 was recovered by Officer Gilby.
I'm just going to object to any hearsay there, Your Honor.
I've already heard the testimony, so it doesn't matter. I know where it came from. I'll sustain the objection, but it doesn't matter.
Understood.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
A little late for that.
The Glock 17, do you know what the caliber of that firearm was?
9. Talking about the one on the floor or
9 or 40?
Yes, sir.
9 millimeter.
And then you also said there was a Glock Model 40, correct?
That's a 10
millimeter. And what is the caliber of that firearm?
10 millimeter.
After having searched or gone through that, or actually, take that back. Did you find anything else in that Malibu that was connected to Mr. Jones?
As I previously said, I found his ID in a backpack.
Do you know to whom that vehicle was registered?
I don't off the top of my head.
Was there anything else in that vehicle at that time that belonged to Mr. Jones that you could tell?
Not.
Okay. So after having searched that vehicle, what did you do next?
Photographs were taken of the scene. The scene was eventually cleared. Officer Gilby's patrol car and that vehicle were brought back to Ann Arbor PD for a further search. We were blocking the whole intersection of southbound Platte at Lorraine, right when school was getting. I believe Scarlett and Mitchell were down the street, so it was heavy traffic at that time.
Now, you were the officer in charge for this investigation, correct? Your Honor, there are 2 videos that are of the scene itself. We do have a stipulation between counsel for the admission of those videos and further foundation. So I would ask, I will go through that at this point, but I would ask to admit them through Detective McDonough.
Judge, we've conceded foundation and waived the chain of custody and the need to actually call the business owners who I think are the actual individuals who would be able to authenticate those. We concede for exam purposes that Detective McDonough could lay the foundation, and we're going to accept that for exam purposes.
Exam purposes only. For exam purposes only.
Go ahead.
In the actual trial, they'd call the business owner in.
Can you describe for the court the video that you or that other detectives were able to procure of the scene of the shooting itself?
There's actually 2 videos in particular. One is from a vape or a smoke shop in that plaza near where the barber shop's at, and the other one is from Indian supermarket that's in that.
And
Packer and Platte area, city of Ann Arbor.
Now, where are these 2 businesses located in relation to the gentleman's barber shop?
Be the same strip mall on the south side of Packard, east of Platte. All connected buildings.
Whoa,
and which one is closer?
There's breaking news in Nancy Guthrie investigation. There's a new message.
The vape shop is.
Okay. But both of those businesses had security cameras facing the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Give me a second here. They have not announced any press conference, but there's another message they're trying to authenticate right now. That's all they've given us. FBI.
Detective McDonough, looking at the screen, what video is this?
Hold. Okay,
Could
hold.
you
We're
just
gonna...
hit play for 2 seconds?
Okay, that's the.
This is of the Indian supermarket.
And can you describe for the court again where you described where it's located?
Okay. We're going to pause just for a second. Let me read this to you. Pima County Sheriff's Department 6 minutes ago says, statement on the Nancy Guthrie investigation. This is the missing mom from the Today Show host. The FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department are aware of a new message regarding Nancy Guthrie. Investigators are actively inspecting the information provided in the message for its authenticity. While this is one new piece of information, the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department are still asking anyone with tips to contact the FBI. The FBI continues to offer a reward of $50,000 for information leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie and the arrest or conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance. So that's just the latest. Just want to let you know. We might hear more about that here soon.
This video is about 25 seconds long, so I'm going to just play it in its entirety. I'm sorry? I'm sorry. Your Honor, this is what I have marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 4.
Content warning, this might give the appearance of somebody, the security of the footage of the attack with no sound. Wow.
Detective, having seen that video, depicts one person coming out who runs across the parking lot. Do you know who that person was?
Yes. I'm objecting. There's case law in which states that an officer without personal well-trained knowledge of an individual cannot look at the video and make it as an identification. I apologize for not being able to give you exact citation, but the best evidence rule 1, video speaks for itself, and 2, this officer has no more experience and the case law will not allow him to make an identification based upon the video.
Identification of anybody, you're saying?
Of a person in the video, yes. Case law does not prohibit allow an officer to look at a video and without a long history of knowing this individual, make an identification as to the identity of the person in the video. That's well established.
Your question was, Mr. O'More,
was if he knew who the person running across the parking lot was.
Quite frankly, without even ruling on that, I'll sustain the objection. I don't think I need it for a determination the court has to make it anyway. No, but I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No ruling.
Has the court
the
seen the video
objection.
sufficiently?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Okay. Next video.
And then, Detective, you said there was also a second video from the vape shop, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your Honor, this video is about 2 minutes and 45 seconds long. I'm going to move forward to about the 2-minute mark. Right now, first of all, this is what I would mark as People's Proposed Exhibit number 5.
All right, I looked away at the wrong moment, but apparently this store is open. Reolink, not a sponsor, by the way. They make some fairly inexpensive security camera video, or security cameras. Many different types. Wireless, wired. Okay, there's a freeze frame for you.
Detective, from this view, can you see the shoes the person in gray is wearing?
Yes, I can see one of the shoes anyways.
Can you tell from this image what kind of shoes those are?
Yeezys?
I don't think I can either.
Or slides.
Unfortunately.
You need my replay machine.
Based on what I'm seeing, they appear to be some sort of slip-on sandal.
Or has the court seen the video sufficiently?
I am.
And based on the...
And I don't want to keep taking up, but what it appears is speculation, Judge, and I object on the ground that he's speculating without any foundation as to the sole, the color, the brand, or anything. He just guessing, and anybody can guess.
Oh,
that reason.
So he's not really specifying a brand. He's saying that it's a slip-on.
Judge, again, with all respect to this honorable court, best evidence rule, you will be able to watch the video. I don't believe he's in a position to say, I guess, I'm assuming that's still speculation. The best evidence rule says the video speaks for itself.
Okay. And quite frankly, from the previous time that you stopped, I'd see very clear pictures of who's in the video. So I don't know that I need the shoes, but go ahead.
I've seen the video, Your Honor, seen the shoes. If the court has issues, questions about what the shoes were, we can always play it for the court.
Absolutely.
Based on the stipulations, Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Exhibits 4 and 5.
Based upon that stipulation, Exhibit 4 and 5 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There may be more videos.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you have the opportunity to identify any vehicles that were in the area of that shooting?
Yes.
And was there a vehicle that you observed to be in front of the barber shop when the shooting began?
Yes.
And what was that vehicle?
Mercedes SUV.
And then did you have the opportunity to inspect that Mercedes SUV?
I did the day after the shooting.
And where did you do that?
At the registered owner's residence.
And in the time that, or in your, what did you find when you looked over that vehicle?
The driver's side.
And what did you do based on that, what you observed there?
Photographs were taken of that particular Mercedes, and myself, Detective Sergeant Garrett, and Detective responded out to that registered owner's house, removed that door panel, and a bullet, they fired on the casing, fell from the second floor.
And could you describe what that bullet looked like to you?
It's an intact FMJ, so full metal jacket bullet, intact, that had already been fired, appeared to be a larger caliber.
When you say a larger caliber, did it look like a 9mm to you?
It was bigger than a 9mm compared to the really larger.
And where was that vehicle located in relation to, at the time of the shooting, in relation to the victim of the shooting and the people on the video?
I am gonna object to, Judge. I don't believe that he's allowed to actually, he's now offering an opinion about where the bullet was found or where it was observed in connection with other evidence. That's for the fact finder.
Question is, where was the vehicle located?
That's correct, Your Honor.
In relation to what?
In relation to the victim and the shooters.
Judge.
So you had an objection also?
I'll wait.
All right. In exhibit 4, can I see that vehicle, the Mercedes SUV?
In the video?
Yes.
Yes, it's there.
So
roll tape.
I think I recall seeing it, but can you put 4 back up?
Yes, sir.
And then take care of this objection?
Thank you.
Okay, watch carefully here.
And I'm now playing what I've marked as People's Exhibit 4.
This lady has no clue what's about to
Sir,
be done.
where is that Mercedes?
Facing
almost to it.
the buildings that the two subjects are walking by. It's the Mercedes SUV. If you play a little longer, I'll be able to.
Okay, go ahead.
The subject closet right there, it's that SUV that he's walking by, the subject that's going into the parking lot.
Gotcha. Okay. So now I know where it's in relation to, so objections overruled.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You had an objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
In the course of the investigation, were there bullet casings found?
Yes, numerous.
And where were those casings found?
In this parking, based on my investigation, in this parking lot here on the curb, but I did not collect those casings.
And to your knowledge, were casings found in the middle of the parking lot, or were they found along the sidewalk near the businesses?
Based on the investigation closer to the business.
Were any spent casings found on the Packard side?
Judge, I don't see where his personal knowledge is coming from. He says he didn't collect the casings. So he has no personal knowledge as to where these cases.
I'll sustain the objection. I don't know if I'm going to need it. Quite. I mean, I've seen what I've seen. So,
what were the caliber casings that were recovered?
9mm casings and 7mm casings were recovered from the scene.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, thank you.
Need to get.
Detective, good afternoon, good evening. I'm okay, thank you. All right, let me got a little bit to cover with you. There was a lot of video evidence that you had to attempt to collect, collate, assemble in this case, right?
Correct.
And much of it was from nearby businesses. And one of the things that you can do with as much video evidence as existed in this case is you can attempt to put together kind of a rough timeline of when individuals arrived at the location, what they did, where they went, things of that sort, right? Now, there were something like, I don't know how many businesses, and I don't want you to guess, but there were, it seemed like 7 or 8 different businesses that you went to, or you're to attempt to collect videos. Yes. I want to identify 3 specifically if I could. Okay. So we know that there's in Bombay, what's it called? Bombay?
Indian grocer.
Grocer. Okay.
Don't quote me on that name.
I'm going to quote you on the Bombay part. Okay. So there's the Bombay grocer. They had video. Yes.
Correct.
Then there was also, I believe you said there's a Vape World and it had video.
Yes.
And then there was video from across the street from a business. What was it called? Chromax?
I don't want to speculate, but there is a business called Chromax. I don't know what it is.
It was like an auto repair shop across the street, or auto supply. The reason why I ask is that you were able to there's more video than what was displayed for you in court.
Correct. Yes.
So let me see if, and you've watched it.
Yes.
And I don't want to say that you've watched all the video, but I'm hazarding to guess that you watched all the video in this case.
For a lot of it.
Yes. So let me see if I just want to see if you could assist me in putting together a little bit of a timeline. And if you need to resort to any of the video, or you could take my word for the video having watched it, and we'll kind of muddle our way through it. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
So it appears to me that by looking at the Chromax video, now the Chromax video actually faces the business itself, sort of
is parallel to the barber shop and the Bombay and Little Caesars. Is that right?
It's directly across Packard.
Right. So yeah. So I said parallel, directly across. So
Directly across, yeah.
the video looks, when you watch the video, it actually looks out. You can see cars coming into the parking lot.
Towards that, the target area in question, I guess.
Now let's assume, for the sake of discussion, that you were able to watch enough of it, and you could observe the time approximately when the red vehicle, or was it red, orange, whatever color it was, burgundy, the Malibu. We used to call it Ubalam when I was growing up, but the Malibu, when it entered into that parking lot for the very first time.
Are you asking me what time it entered?
I'm asking, you are able to do that. You're able to look at that video and determine when it entered into the parking lot, correct?
Yes, but I don't recall the time. I thought you were asking the time. I don't recall what time it entered into the parking lot.
Would you, if I said to you that the video, that Malibu entered into the parking lot by I'm just attempting to see if you attempted to put together a timeline, or if we can, at least for the record, that the Malibu entered into the parking lot sometime around 13/24/20 that day.
I see that video. I recall that time frame.
Well, would you agree with me that that's the vehicle, as far as you know, that contained, at least, and I'll just refer to my client, that contained Mr. Smith? And would you agree with me that there's a point in time where it appears that Mr. Smith and another entered into a Little Caesars that was in that? And in one of the things that we didn't discuss on direct examination with the prosecutor was that when you went through the Malibu, you found evidence of Little Caesars being in the Malibu itself, correct?
Yeah.
And the Little Caesars itself actually has a date and a time on it, does it not?
I believe there was a receipt on the box.
Receipt. So you can tell that it's, by just doing some simple sort of comparison, that the Little Caesars that was in that vehicle had just been purchased earlier that day. So is it fair to say that in your investigation, you concluded that Mr. Smith arrived at that strip center where the barbershop is and the Little Caesars is about 9 minutes before Mr. Thomas arrived?
Again, I'm not seeing the video, so I don't know the time off the top of my head.
Did you, and again, I'm not challenging you, I'm saying, did you attempt to figure out, other than me doing it now with you, whether Mr. Smith and his colleague arrived at that strip center before Mr. Thomas and Ms. Burns? Did you attempt to figure that out? Did you attempt to figure out whether Mr. Smith and his friend arrived at this strip center before Mr. Thomas and his friends did?
Yes, that would be a fair statement.
And you did determine that, did you not?
Correct.
And you determined that they had arrived before.
That car was there first.
And then while Mr. Smith and his friend are at this strip center, another vehicle enters into the parking lot, which is the vehicle that contained Mr. Thomas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just whatever you do.
And
Don't
that
call
while
it a joint.
and at one point you can actually see and determine when Mr. Smith and his friend went into Little Caesars, correct?
Yes.
And you can corroborate that time on the clock or on the video with the time on the receipt and the Little Caesars in the back seat, yes?
Yes, that'd be a fair statement.
And you can figure out what time Mr. Thomas, not only did he arrive in the parking lot, but what time he actually entered into the barbershop, because you have those times. And in your investigation, you concluded, did you not, that Mr. Smith and his friend were inside the Little Caesars when Mr. Thomas entered the barbershop?
That would be a fair statement.
Now, I want to sort of see if this makes sense. You were able to see the time that looking at the entire Bombay surveillance video, you're able to figure out the time that Mr. Smith and his friend entered into Little Caesars and also exited Little Caesars, right? And it's clear to you that Mr. Smith and his friend took the Little Caesars back to the vehicle, the Malibu.
Yes.
And that Mr. Smith at one point goes back to the Little Caesars, correct?
I won't disagree with you.
Now, when Mr. Smith went from the vehicle back to Little Caesars, he had to walk by the barber shop, did he not?
He did, yes.
And there's
is further to the west.
And there's video showing Mr. Smith walking on this pathway back and forth.
Right.
Would you concede to me that you, by looking at that video, that when Mr. Smith walked back towards Little Caesars, he went to go, appears to pick up some kind of a soda because he came back with the soda. Does that make sense to you? Now, when Mr. Smith walked by the barber shop, that's when Mr. Thomas was inside of it, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Smith doesn't look into the barber shop, right?
I could agree.
It appears that walking back from Little Caesars with his pop, we know that, again, Mr. Thomas is inside the barbershop. Mr. Smith walks by the front, yes?
Yes.
And he doesn't look inside again. Would you agree your investigation shows that? Now, there does come a point where Mr. Smith goes into the barbershop himself, yes? And we can see that on the videos, yes? Now, when you say, I know,
yes.
No, you're totally, that's normal. I know what you're saying, and I suspect the judge knows what you're saying, but the record has to support a yes or no. Now, do you know, did you check whether or not, whether Mr. Smith had an appointment at that barbershop that day? You've interviewed people in the course of the case. Did anybody tell you that it appeared that Mr. Smith needed a haircut?
No.
Nobody?
No.
It's pretty obvious.
Sure.
Nobody told me.
Okay. Did you check? Do you know whether the barbershop takes walk-ins?
I do.
Clearly, if one had an appointment or wanted a haircut and the barbershop took walk-ins, that would be a perfectly appropriate reason to walk into a barbershop, would it not? Now, there comes a point where, and I'm just going to kind of, not to belabor things, but you were able to, some of these cameras had pretty decent resolution.
I would agree.
Decent enough that you're able to actually see what Mr. Smith was carrying at various times, yes?
Yes.
And what he could even see the things he had in his hand, yes? And you could even, I think at one point, you could see, I don't want to say it, but you could almost see the look on his face.
It's good camera.
Now, you would concede that when Mr. Smith at all times as he's walking back and forth on this in this plaza, he did not have a face covering, a baklava, or a face mask. Is that right?
Baklava or balaclava?
Would it be fair to say that at times Mr. Smith appeared to be, from your viewing of these videos, appeared to be smiling? Now, I want to go right to, if we could, right before the confrontation with Mr. Thomas. Right before that, would you tell us whether, based upon your investigation, you determined as Mr. Smith was walking by the barbershop, were his hands empty or were they full?
Yeah, I don't recall. I'd have to see the video.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you some questions, and we can talk about the video. We can look at some stills, whatever is easier. Would you concede to me that he was carrying a pop, or I say pop or soda, and he was carrying that at the time as he walked by the barbershop right before the confrontation? Would you concede that? So that's one thing in his hands or arms, yes? And what about a phone? Would you concede to me that he had a phone out as well?
Again, I'd have to refer to the video on that.
And 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Some of the times on these videos were not accurate. Is that true?
That is true.
How did you figure that out other than just
Again, I didn't collect the videos. I was advised by another detective who collected the videos that when they checked the time or checked the videos versus the actual time that it was showing before rewinding, they determined that there were some inaccuracies.
Your Honor, if I could trouble the court.
Don't trouble the
I'm
court.
on Smith.
It's Friday.
Exhibit, am I on F?
You should be on F.
F.
Yes.
Thank you.
Here comes another video.
May I approach the prosecutor, Your Honor?
At some point, we're going to have to cut this off for the night, let you guys have dinner and go home. I don't know, Red Pen.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. I didn't say
May I
it.
approach you, sir? This is a screenshot from one of those videos. Take a look at it, please, and tell me if you recognize that as Mr. Smith from that day walking.
Yes, he's holding a starry lemon lime soda, if you will.
Ooh, starry.
Okay.
Pepsi brand.
And is that an accurate screenshot of an accurate screenshot of the video depicting Mr. Smith?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'd move for the admission of defendant's proposed Smith Exhibit F.
No objection to the examiner.
Exhibit F is admitted.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Approach you, sir. It's not, I'm sorry. It says 12:05:33. It's just one of the times that's off.
It's a steal.
It's not correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
In real time, this hearing is still going on. They took a break.
There are pictures from that picture appears to be from Vape World. And there are pictures from the Bombay perspective as well, showing Mr. Smith and a colleague also walking with items in their hand. Yes? And those were at or just shortly before the time of the confrontation. Am I correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that as you testify today, again, I'm not trying to press you about this, but
yes,
if I've already asked you this, I apologize. Let me just recalibrate. Let me withdraw that and ask it differently. At the time of the confrontation, Mr. Smith was carrying items in his hand. Yes?
At the time of the confrontation?
Yes. He had items in his left hand.
To the shooting?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And I mean seconds before he had items in his left hand. Yes. And we can look at the video again and we can see that as Mr. Smith walks by the front of the barbershop, do you agree that his right hand is free and by his side? It doesn't contain anything.
I dispute that.
There's no sound on the Bombay or Vape World. Well, on the Vape World, there is sound. Yes.
Vape World has sound. The Bombay brochure does not.
We cannot. The absence of sound deprives us of the ability to hear if there was any verbal exchange between Mr. Thomas and Mr. Smith and his colleague. Correct. Could I plug into this? Prosecutor was having so much fun with videos. I thought maybe I would try to. Is that all right?
It's right there underneath.
No, it's underneath. That came right there. It's sticking out.
This?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, this is terrific. Thank you. Thank you all.
We're trying to get as much of this hearing as possible. I have to say I was going to take Mrs. R.A. out for dinner tonight, and she came in to check and see how much longer I was going to be on, and then she decided she couldn't wait, and she ate without me.
Yeah. What I'd like to do is, if we could, look at some lightened or
so where should I go out
bright
tonight?
photograph or screenshots of the Bombay video that was already introduced. Would that be all right, Detective? Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Trial pad for iPad, not a sponsor.
Okay, so what I have, I'm going to just start here.
You can
This
see
is a
this.
better view.
This is a still of the exhibit that was already admitted, correct? And I'm going to go over here if I could and try to. Now, this individual has an item in his left hand, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm going to get out of this for a second.
It's a cool little embiggen software.
I'm going to try to zoom in here. Now, this is, if I understand correctly, this is the other individual on the left wearing the gray hooded sweatshirt. Yes? And then, just because we're not interested in, we'll just be fully transparent here. The other individuals that we've identified are Mr. Smith, who appears to have his back to Mr. Thomas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, from this perspective, would you agree we can see Mr. Thomas's, what looks like his, at least the left side of his body, right?
We're looking at his left side.
Yes.
He laid to the left.
We can't see the right.
I agree.
Josh, thank you.
Now, just moments before this, if you look at the video, you would agree that the individuals who are there, Mr. Smith and his colleague potentially, although his back is turned, they're in a better position to see Mr. Thomas's right side than you and I are from this perspective. Would you agree?
I would agree on that perspective, yes.
Okay.
Can we roll tape on that picture?
Now, I'm going to fast forward here to this picture if I could, and just. Now, this is another still from the video, yes? Now, you've identified, this is the person in black as Mr. Smith, correct?
Yes.
And can you identify for us in this picture where Mr. Thomas is? Can we use like a pen?
He's in between cars. You see his an outstretched hand.
You see his outstretched hand here?
Yes.
And would you concede to me that in his outstretched hand, he had what was later identified to be a gun?
Yes.
And I'm just going to ask this question. I don't even know the answer to it. Do you, as you sit here and testify today, know who shot first?
I do not.
Now, this is a picture, again, this is a still of Mr. Thomas in the middle of the parking lot, yes?
Yes.
Now, would you concede to me that what we see here, and I recognize it appears as though there's some blood underneath Mr. Thomas's feet or underneath him, yes? Or you can't see it?
I can't tell on the blood or that's
Or shadow. Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that. But in his right hand appears to be what appears to be a firearm, yes?
Yes.
And that, again, from what we can tell, looks like an extended clip that is extending out past his wrist.
Yes.
Based on that, like I see, yes, instead of anything.
Okay.
So are they saying it's self-defense?
Did you ever determine for the record how long Mr. Smith was in the barbershop? By looking at the videos, one could determine that.
It wasn't long.
Would you agree with me? You don't have to. Would you agree with me that it was about 10 seconds?
I'd say that's a fair assessment.
From the time that Mr. Smith, well, I'm going to strike that, Judge. I'm going to ask it better. By the time when Mr. Thomas walked out to the time that there was, appears to be the two of them turning to face each other, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Smith, would you concede to me that there was only 2 minutes of time had elapsed? Do you want to see the video or look at it to verify? Okay, was it well worded?
I You confused me.
I knew as it was coming out the first time, it was going to be a bad question, and then it came out, and it turned out to have been a bad question. Okay, so we have Mr. Smith and his colleague or friend walking by the barbershop. Yes. And in the upper left-hand corner of that video, we can see the time that they're walking by.
Yes.
And we have Mr. Smith walking out. Yes.
Yes.
And we can look at that entire chain and figure out how much time elapsed. Like how much time did it take for Mr. Smith when he turned with his sidearm and Mr. Thomas turns with his gun? We could tell how much time that whole exchange took. Yes?
That exchange was
seconds, 2 seconds. So the time to appraise, identify, determine risk, lethality, danger, that's all has to be appraised in a matter of seconds. Just so I know, the bullet from the Mercedes that you guys talked about on direct, the significance of that at this point in this case is what?
When you watch the video and gunfire is exchanged, that is where the deceased ran right by there. Bullet was taken out of that Mercedes.
And to this point, you don't know the significance of that bullet in connection with Mr. Thomas.
Bullet is still at the lab.
It might be a match to the gun. We don't know yet. By the time this goes to trial, that should be sorted out. Looks like this is probably going to get bound over for trial. That would be the only decision here, whether they get
you did interview Ms. Burns.
Over.
I did.
Did that interview take place in person?
No. I interviewed her twice.
Twice in person or twice over the phone? Twice. Is there a benefit in interviewing somebody in person versus over the phone?
I prefer to interview people in person, but
why?
Get a better read on the person, what they're telling you.
You can look at their mannerisms, demeanor, their expressions, how they respond to questions, whether they're looking down or looking up, any number of things, right? You can use all the detective stuff you learn to detect how that person is responding to questioning.
Right.
And so, but if you can't get them, is there a reason why you weren't able to interview her in person?
Just getting in contact with her was difficult, to say the least. So
she did not want to come in to talk to you. And I mean, she was clearly an important witness to interview.
Very much so.
Because she was essentially an eyewitness. And she described to the other officers at the scene what she observed, particularly in an excited sort of, emotional state. And as a police officer, when someone makes those sorts of utterances, you tend to really rely on those a lot, right? And the reason that you rely on those sort of excited utterances, if you will, of spontaneous declarations is because they're not planned out from your perspective. They just come right from the gut. And you've heard her testimony here today, and at least in connection with my questioning her about what she said to officers Baldwin and Hoy. Yes?
Yes.
When she met with you or when she talked to you on the phone, did she tell you anything different? Did she contradict herself?
In regards to?
The order of who clutched a gun first?
No, I would say she's accurate about that.
Okay. One of the things you can do in an effort to preserve a conversation with a witness like her, if you can't interview her in person, is you can record it.
Correct.
And there are lots of ways to record interviews. You could use a voice memo, a recorder. That's an old-fashioned thing, or you can even turn on your computer and probably have a voice record. I don't know, technology in your computer. Did you use anything like that? Was it just a conscious choice on your part?
Generally speaking, unless I'm not on scene with them over the phone, I'm not recording, at least not with a witness.
Is that just a practice of the department or of yours?
Generally speaking, if we're on the phone with a witness, we're not recording.
Can you see a value in recording a witness's interview as opposed to just relying on notes? The value would be you don't have to worry about your notes and whether your hearing and your speed of dictation or diction. You could just, okay. One second, Your Honor, if you don't mind.
Interesting side note as he looks up for more information. This area where this happened is where the judge grew up.
When you actually interviewed Ms. Burns, well, let me back up a second. One of the concerns in a case like this with someone like Ms. Burns could be external pressures that she might feel about speaking with you. True? Okay. A concern in speaking with a witness in a case like this, as you do with Ms. Burns, could be external pressures that come to bear on the witness.
I would agree.
Isn't it true that Ms. Burns shared with you and that you included in your report external pressures that she felt in this case?
I need a little bit more specific.
Sure. Isn't it true that she shared with you external pressures she felt from her own family?
Yes. 7 nightmares.
That individuals were making accusations against her?
Correct.
That type of thing could have the capacity or potential to potentially influence or sway a witness's testimony. Would you agree? You don't want it to, but it could. I know she testified today, but I just want to be clear. She did share with you or did tell you that she was concerned about trouble at the barbershop that day, correct? And that I know she disagreed with that today under oath, but to be clear, she was expressed to you in your interview that she was concerned enough to raise it with Mr. Thomas, that she was concerned. And you heard her say that at that time, the only person that she would have known or knew that was armed and dangerous would have been Mr. Thomas, right?
She did admit that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Your Honor, could I unplug this and just take 1 second to talk to my...
Talk to my co-counsel, my client.
You may want to
mute your
mic. That microphone unless you want everybody to be part of your conversation.
Thank you, Judge.
Like the judge. They're almost done. This is a pre-trial hearing where the judge is sitting listening to evidence to see if the state has enough evidence to proceed to trial on these charges. The 2 defendants, one at each table, are charged with shooting and killing
Thank
Lamar.
you for the advice, Judge, about the mute.
There's a 3rd defendant who's going to be tried
I
separately.
just want to click off a couple of things to make sure that I have covered everything.
I don't know when the trial's going to be.
Maybe I hadn't. Ms. Burns shared with you that Mr. Thomas always carried a gun everywhere, right?
Yes.
Did you look at the gun that Mr. Thomas had in his possession?
At the station, yes, it was consistent with what was recovered by the field sergeant Beard.
Was there any evidence of the serial number being scratched off or partially scratched off that you recall?
I don't recall on that.
As you sit here and testify today, you cannot tell us of the video that you watched and the 2 people that were shooting or exchanging fire with Mr. Thomas, whose gun actually, or the bullet out of whose gun actually struck Mr. Thomas. Am I correct? So as you sit here and today, you cannot actually testify whose gun killed Mr. Thomas or who killed him. I think that's it, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Upshaw, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective.
So how are you?
Oh, fine. You, thanks for asking. You okay? All right. Now, what I'm gonna attempt to do is to just bullet point to save time. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Now, you watch the videos, correct?
I wouldn't use that term.
There was actually 3 people arrested as suspects on this date, correct?
Correct.
And the 3 suspects were involved, were suspects in this shooting, correct?
Correct. Well,
Okay. Now, seen a Malibu, correct?
yes.
The Malibu had gunshot holes in it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The Malibu that escaped and ran into the tree had gunshots in it,
Yes,
correct?
it is.
Okay. There was a gun with an extended clip in the victim's, quote unquote, victim's possession, correct?
Yes.
And the extended clip holds over 15 bullets. Fair to say?
Yeah, fair to say.
When that gun was retrieved, how many bullets were left in that clip?
I cannot cover that. Can't answer that question.
The Malibu with the bullet holes in it was close by where the 2 individuals walking past the barbershop was located, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's easy to say that the Malibu received those bullet holes was in a direct range of fire between Mr. Thomas and whoever those other 2 individuals were, correct?
Say that question again.
Okay, the Malibu was closer to the 2 individuals seen walking past the barbershop, correct?
Correct.
And that Malibu had sustained gunshot holes.
Agreed.
Okay. You heard the testimony about Mr. Thomas clutching the gun, correct? Putting one in the head or in the magazine, racking the gun, correct? On direct examination, Mr. Rackheim, you noticed and you pointed out in the video when Mr. Thomas had the gun pointed out at that time, at the particular time in the video, correct?
Correct.
You had time to look at the video and you seen there was an individual in black and an individual in gray, correct?
Yes.
The individual in gray had a pop in his hand, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is my last point. In watching the video, when Mr. Thomas exited the barbershop, the man in the gray had already passed the barbershop. Is that correct? And his back was to Mr. Thomas when Mr. Thomas exited the barbershop, correct? And while his back was to Mr. Thomas, you seen later, right immediately thereafter, one individual in the black had a gun and the individual, Mr. Thomas, had a gun out, correct? And it's therefore Mr. in the gray shirt, that person didn't pull his gun out until after shooting had occurred, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
So gray shirt,
Nothing further.
second
Thank you.
defendant.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Additional witnesses for the people?
Apparently didn't shoot.
None from the people, Your Honor, the people of rights.
Any witnesses for defense?
No, thank you.
Sure. All right, very good. Why don't I take a brief break, then I'll take your motion. All right, order standing brief recess.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, while they go to break, we're going to skip past this break. Give me just a second. They then argue. I'm not sure if you want to hear the argument or not, if you just want to hear the answer. The bell is about to sound for you to go home. Hold on just 1 second. Let's see. It's almost done. It's almost done. How long do we have here? 27 minutes. I'm going to skip their argument, okay? Is that fair? Let's see.
There's no allegations of any.
They're still talking there. I just want to hear what the judge has to say in the ruling on the end of this.
In the big one video. Somewhat distressing if I take it.
From Officer Gilby saying that he observed two important facts I would point out regarding his apparel. First of all,
the state's finishing. I just want to see him sit down. He sits down right there.
Counts that go along with that, we would move the court to bind over on all counts.
They move to bind over. That's the key part.
The court is listening very closely to the testimony in this case, and I share in that view that sitting here watching, regardless of how this ultimately plays out of these young lives, it particularly is somewhat distressing if I take a matter of personal privilege, not having anything to do with the court's decision in the case.
We love
that I watch these young people that look a lot like me, and they end up in this situation. It's horrible. It's also interesting now, as everybody's discussing the neighborhood in this scene, I grew up around there. So I know exactly where everybody is as they're going through the whole thing, and what they're doing in terms of where they're going and the like. Just say that as a preface to this, because this whole thing is just, it's sad to watch. It's sad to watch a young man come out of, or walking down the street someplace and then pull out weapons that are modified to go from semi-automatic to automatic weapons, just indiscriminately firing in an area where at any given point in time, that area, there are just a whole lot of folks just going around either trying to get pizza, go to the one of the Asian stores that are down that way, quite frankly, go down to the library, which is a little bit further down, just indiscriminately shooting. It quite frankly, it's tragic enough that one lost their lives. It's, I guess, in some bizarre way, fortunate that there weren't more lives lost. With respect to the proofs in this case, start with the ones that, for the court, from the court standpoint in terms of testimony, are as to Mr. Smith on counts 2, 3, 4, 5, and as to Mr. Jones on counts 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On those, I don't think there's any dispute that the people have shown by a preponderance of the evidence that those offenses have been committed and that this defendant did. The one issue with regard to the homicide that is raised by Mr. Jones' counsel could be significant if one doesn't look closely at the videos. Mr. Overwater, I think, is correct. That is, when you look at the video real close and you see the individual, you see the pants. I didn't need to know the brand of the shoe. I knew that those shoes were not ones that would stay on. And then the individual, Mr. Jones, is found going through a neighborhood over fences, ends up with no shoes, just socks. And at some point, somewhere, I would suspect shed that the white sweat or white hoodie or gray hoodie, so that he's dressed in the fashion that he's dressed in at that time. But those pants were distinctive. It was interesting that I was going to bring it up and go into it in a lot more detail. But I think when you look at those pants, it's real clear that that's him. That's him that's in front. You also look at some of the facial features that you can see, and it was clear to me that it was Mr. Jones. To any extent that one wants to argue it, I would dare say that in essence will maybe raise an issue of material fact that has to be decided by a finder of fact. But this court is convinced that that was Mr. Jones at that scene. That was Mr. Jones firing that weapon. And I don't think it matters, for the sake of bind over, that I attribute that bullet to, particularly bind over an open murder for these individuals, that I attribute these to which gun, which firearm, which defendant it was fired. At some point when they started acting, they were acting in concert with each other, because they were both firing, both unloading a large number of bullets into that strip mall, and then jointly both got into that vehicle and drove off. I think the record also shows that one could infer that it was Mr. Jones, as his identification, his items of ownership, as well as a weapon, are all found in that vehicle that crashed on Lorraine Street. So for those reasons, and so that we're clear, as to Mr. Smith, I don't think there's any issue as to identification. I mean, he's clear as a bell the moment he's climbing on the top of that officer's vehicle trying to get away, that's him. So for those reasons, the court would find that the people have indeed sustained their burden of proof in this case. And so that the record is clear as to Mr. Omar Smith, I would bind the defendant over to stand trial on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, taking into account all of the information and evidence presented during the course of this preliminary examination. And likewise on Mr. Jamal Jones' case, if that goes off one more time, I'm taking it. On Mr. Jamal Jones' case, I would bind the defendant over to stand trial on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, based upon what the court has said during the course of its rendering of its decision, and the court also indicating that they've taken into account all of the evidence which has been adduced. Therefore, the defendant are bound over to stand trial. As to the circuit court arraignment, gentlemen, you waive formal reading of the complaint, of the information.
Yes.
Waive formal
And how
reading,
does your client
stand
plead?
mute, not guilty.
Not guilty.
Defendants, having waived formal reading, pleading not guilty to all counts, court will enter that not guilty plea. Pretrial in these matters will be set for
April 6th at 1:30 for judgment.
April 6, 2026, 1:30 before Judge Hamoud.
Judge Hamoud. Not
Bond
in
in
front of
each case will continue as denied. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've been asked, oh, I'm sorry.
Got it. We'll get that in a moment. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I was presented with, someone suggested to me that there may be some precedent for a juvenile like Mr. Smith to be able to hug his family. I don't know if that's the case or not, but someone suggested that there was some precedent for that, and I
don't know what kind of precedent you might be speaking of. As
legal, just sounds like that's
something that sometimes happens. That decision, and I do not allow it in my courtroom in that way. I just don't, and never have. And those decisions as to that contact, I leave with the sheriff's department and our detention center. So I'm not going to allow it. I certainly understand it, but I'm not going to do it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With reference to
They're both going to trial.
How folks are going to exit the courtroom, how did you wanted this side to go? All right. So what I'm going to ask is that I'm going to allow those to go out with the victim's advocate. Those that are on this side, I'd ask you to please wait. I'm not picking sides in doing that. I'm just trying to get everybody out of here in an orderly fashion. Thank you.
And Your Honor, as
Yes,
to
sir.
exhibits, do they stay with the file or do we take them?
I will, yeah, I will return them to the respective parties.
All right.
May
I approach?
It is
Yes.
over, Judge.
The Pickles exhibit is this one, and I think those belong to defense.
All right, there we go. We started the music. We're wrapping it up for the day. It's been a long day. I missed date night with my wife. We're going to do it tomorrow. After I take the kids, this is a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea. The kids have convinced Mrs. R.A. and myself that I should take them to a pet store. A store that allows you to observe animals that are there for sale. I suggested that instead I take them down the road to Sarah's farm, where she has cows, ducks, pigs, geese, and goats, and chickens, and just let them look at that. I'm worried. I'm worried that we're going to get a gerbil. I think that's what's going to I don't want a pet. I don't want a pet. We already have an outdoor cat. So, anyway, we're not getting an animal. Definitely not from a pet store if we are. We have many other options. I did some work with a shelter that takes in hound dogs. Although they don't give them forever homes outside of the shelter. They keep them there forever. They just have 30 hound dogs. Anyway, I don't want a pet. I just need to find a way to let everyone else know we don't want a pet. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning with more of the Paul Canero trial. So it's gonna be good. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for the mods for all the hard work they put in. I'm running a little late over my audio bed. Oops. So I just had so many things to say. Thank you all. It's gonna be a lot of fun next week. Please do join us for that. I know there's just a few of you left. So that's all. That's all. Josh, thanks for your great finds. Red Pen, thank you. Samantha, Amber, everybody. Appreciate y'all. Guys, have a good night. Bye.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.